be a SEAL. I don't think I'd ever been like happier in my life to know that I was about to check in and go through the SEAL selection process. My first platoon, I couldn't have been around a more like-minded bunch of dudes. And then by the time I got to that final platoon, I could already see them a little bit of the shift. They just weren't cut from the same cloth as the first couple platoons that I did.
By the time he was ready to come home at the end, he started to tell me that he felt like there was something that was happening.
There was 3 individuals. They just did not like me. They were going around starting all these rumors and causing this little cancer in the platoon.
He called them together. He wanted to address every grievance, everything that they had to say.
I thought it was over, but it wasn't.
Edward Gallagher charged with premeditated murder for stabbing a wounded...
The charges that they added on to him were fake.
I spent the next 9.5 months in a military prison. Anything that I did, they would make it a rule. You can't do push-ups in your cell anymore. I would get strip searched all the time, like randomly. It was all about doing things to me to try and make me snap.
The only rights that you actually have are the ones that you can afford.
We don't make enough money to fight against an entity like the United States government. They have everything at their disposal and they use it.
It took over $500,000 to assemble that level of a legal team.
All of them got caught lying on the stand. This should be cut dry, but the longer it takes, then you're like, well, what is going on? Am I going away for life without parole or am I not? Probably one of the scariest moments of my life.
Welcome back to Mulligan Brothers Interviews. And today we travel all the way to North Florida to meet with the incredible Eddie Gallagher. His story is like no other, through his military career to becoming a Navy SEAL, to talking about the final fatal tour before they wrongfully imprisoned him and the whole journey that he had to go on to clear his name. Him and his wife speak in this project and the documentary will be coming very soon. But this interview is laced with lessons, with mentalities, with methods, loads of different things that you can apply to your life, learn from his military career, learn from his time in prison, and much, much more. Eddie is the real deal. If you want 24-hour early access to these episodes, go to the Spotify link down below where you can watch or listen to this episode exclusive at Spotify. And if you want exclusive cuts with extra length details and much, much more behind the scenes stuff, please consider becoming a Patreon member. That's what supports this mission to inspire change and fight legacy media so we can tell these incredible stories. There's some great offers on if you go to the link down below right now and watch some of the extended cuts and cut scenes from the documentary. And I also want to say a massive thank you to everybody who supports us in any way that is possible through commenting, joining, becoming a member, subscribing, and all of our sponsors who are just absolutely incredible. I'll speak about them a little bit later on in the video. But thank you guys. Thank you for the support. Our mission continues to find these incredible stories. Without further ado, let's dive into this amazing episode with Eddie Gallagher.
How you just started, just introduce yourself for those who don't know and what you did and what you currently do.
Okay. Eddie Gallagher, husband, father, co-founder of the Pipehitter Foundation, author of The Man in the Arena, and retired out of the Navy after 20 years.
Growing up, like if we was to describe it to a UK audience, how would you describe that? Where did you grow up? What was that like?
So I grew up all over the place. I was born in New Jersey. My dad was in the Army. He graduated from West Point before I was born. And so we traveled pretty much all over the world, moved around every 2 years. I grew up mainly in Asia, Korea, China, Japan. We'd bounce back and forth between, Asia and the United States, Germany for a little bit as well. And then by the time I got to high school, my dad had retired out of the military. So we ended up in Fort Wayne, Indiana, where he had a job with Thales, who makes, they make the embedders that we use in the military. So got to Fort Wayne, Indiana, finished out my high school, career there, and joined the military a year out of high school.
What ages were you growing up in? Seoul, is that right?
Seoul, Korea, yeah. So I was 12 and 13 in Seoul, Korea. China, I was like 5 in kindergarten and first grade. And then Japan, that was around the same time as Korea, so around that age. Germany, I was real small. yeah, by the time I got to 13 is when, we stopped traveling a lot.
Wow. So it's big chunks of time out there.
Yeah. I mean, then while we were also, deployed for those 2 years, we would, travel the world from those places. My dad was always both my parents were very adamant about, getting culture everywhere we went, understanding different cultures, learning how different cultures lived and sort of adapting into those environments. So it was a good experience growing up. I didn't know any different. That was just the way it was. But it also created, I was a little bit of a problem child growing up as well. I was a good kid. At least that's what my mom used to tell me, or still does tell me, my mom and my grandma. But I always managed to find the group of guys everywhere I went that, they were good friends, but we got into some mischief all the time, regular boy stuff. I also grew up fighting a lot. I think from moving around, constantly getting, making new friends and then getting really close to them and then having to leave, came with a lot of, anger and resentment sometimes. And so I'd be a little ticked off, having to move. And I definitely was, I was raised this way as well. If somebody messes with you, then, it's, you let them know not to mess with you. I think it was my grandma told me, she's like, you don't have to win every fight, but you better fight to the last bit and let them know, like, they probably don't want to mess with you again. And it's a little bit in my family's genetics as well. We don't go looking for trouble, but if it comes around, we're not going to shy away from it.
Do you remember the first time where, you put your grandma's words into action and you'd realize the power in fighting back? I
mean, I think I put for one of the first times in my book, I think I was in third grade. This kid was picking on me on the bus, decided to, pick on me. And then I was like, well, let's fight. And he was like, okay. And we went over to his house, got in the backyard, and he came out with some weightlifting gloves and was lifting weights and had his whole crew there. And I just remember throwing down with him and getting it out. And guess what? We became, we were friends after that. So I saw the power in, not backing down and then standing up for yourself and then gaining that respect from others for doing so. And it's not the fact that you have to win every fight, although that's, it's nice when you do. It's just garnering the respect of the other person, letting them know hey, I'm not the one to mess with. I will fight you each and every time.
How was your growing up with your dad, the military influence on you at that point? Did you, discipline, all that kind of stuff? Did that have any impact sort of where he was working and on you?
My dad wasn't a strict military man, and I mean that by he didn't come home and bring his work home with him, even though we were around it constantly. I think the influence of my dad being in the military, just growing up around it, was strong. He was dedicated to the Army. He loved being in the Army. He loved being an officer. He loved helping the guys below him, the guys and girls that worked for him below him. He was a good leader. He carried all the traits of a good leader. I mean, he was an Eagle Scout. My dad is the opposite of me in a lot of ways. He's very rules and regs. You don't break any rules. Everything is logical. And I was more of break the rules, bend the rules, try and get away with things. And that's, I think, I get that a little bit from my mom's side. My mom's she's a Jersey girl. So she's got a little bit of attitude, that, I'll do what I want. The discipline piece, didn't really rub off on me, even though he did instill, he instilled a lot in me growing up. I was always, playing sports, he boxed. So, he taught me how to box, not to a point where I could go compete, but just, that I knew what I was doing. And then, he got me involved in the Boy Scouts, and he was an avid scuba diver. So I got my scuba diving license as soon as the age I could get it. And we went on diving trips. We'd go on shark dives all the time growing up. That type of stuff influenced me big time. And he was always pushing me, even though I probably begrudgingly a lot of the times, didn't want to do what he was asking me to do, or like my dad would go on 20-something mile runs, on the weekends, and he'd be like, "You're going with me." Obviously, I'd ride the bike along with him, but growing up as a young kid, that's a lot. On a Saturday, you're like, "This is the last thing I want to do," but I would go each and every time, and I'm glad that he forced me to do those things because I think that built up, definitely some resilience in me, and just taught me, that hard work and pushing yourself pays off.
Okay, how I'm gonna say how resentful were you at the time? Because my son joins me on his bike now. Like I've started taking him on our 6 mile, the 5Ks and 10Ks on his bike, and in my head I think he's having fun, but.
No, I wasn't. It wasn't like I was resentful, like I was so like ticked to him. But I would definitely, I felt, looking back as as a father now, I feel bad for him because I bitched and griped the whole time and was like, "Why are you making me do this?" But then I would do it,
It's a good way to get out. Yeah. That's what I told Jude anyway. Did you know that you were going to go into the military? Like, did it?
No.
Okay, interesting.
So we got to Indiana when I was in high school, and that was it. We were out of the military. I think that. My dad was going through his whole transition piece, found a new job and was really trying to get settled into this new job so he could provide for the family. And, high school is very formative years. You're an adolescent. That's when you start thinking you're a little bit grown and start doing, you're trying to do your own thing. When I got to Indiana, that was the last place I wanted to move, first of all. I grew up, like I said, all over the world, Asia, and then we'd go back to DC where my dad worked at the Pentagon. So I always grew up in like cities and just being around people. In Indiana, when I found out we were moving there, the only thing I knew of Indiana was the movie Hoosiers, which I don't know if you've ever seen that. It's a basketball movie. Either way, it's just nothing but cornfields. So I thought that's where we were going. And I was resentful at that time, just because I was being taken away from a main group of friends I had in DC that I would, bounce back and forth. We knew, we remained friends even when I moved away all the time. And then also I was starting high school. So it was like I'm starting in a whole new state, whole new new school. So I got there, and as I always did, I made friends with right away with some good dudes, but we were, getting into trouble. Definitely fighting a lot. Right when I got there, I think because I came from DC, showed up to Indiana. One thing that was a huge change for me was the school I went to was a Catholic high school. My parents, they decided they didn't want me to go to public school because I was getting in trouble a lot there. So they thought Catholic school would be the fix. And it was mainly white. I think there was like maybe 3 black kids in the school. And that was the complete opposite of what I've grown up with. I was always the minority wherever I lived, just because we lived in Asia, and then even in DC, it was very multicultural. So that was different. And then I just remember having a chip on my shoulder about these kids, and they'd mouth off, and I was a new, brand new, and the big thing about Indiana too, all these kids grew up with each other. So since kindergarten, they knew each other. So it was very, it was just different than what I was used to. And I gotten a decent amount of fights, but I also made a very close friend group while I was there. And unfortunately, didn't do too well in high school. Didn't put a lot of time and effort into it. Really didn't want anything to do with it. But like I said, my dad was rules and regs, so that was always a battle. He was very adamant about, if you don't get good grades, you're not going to go to college and you'll be nothing and all this stuff. And I just didn't have, I had no interest in school, and but I went. And then eventually I got expelled my sophomore year for fighting again. And so my parents were at their wits' end, and they sent me to a boarding school in Connecticut. Dropped me out. My dad flew me out there, dropped me off, and was just like, see ya. And so I spent my junior year, short time. Well, I guess I made it through most of the year, but I got expelled from that school as well for fighting and for some other things. That school was not the best for me. That was a lot of kids with money that were sort of misfits as well, but there was a plethora of drugs to choose from while I was there. So I, dabbled in all that. I think I did heroin when I was there. I think at that time I was very ticked off that my parents had just left me there. And, and I'm not faulting them for it, but it just, as a kid growing up. So yeah, I was like, I'm just going to go all out. And I ended up, getting kicked out of there and went back to Indiana. And luckily the principal of the Catholic school let me come back my senior year. And so I finished out my senior year at that Catholic school, and didn't really have it all together then, but I was doing better. I knew I was like, at that point, I was like, this is probably the next move is probably going to juvie or something like that. So finished out my senior year at that time. I think it was during my senior year is when I met Andrea. She was at a high school down the road. She went to public school, and we hung around the same friend group. So we ended up meeting one night, hanging out with some friends, and we hit it off, and that we became best friends. We hang out all the time. So that was a huge blessing, getting to do that. I don't think that would have happened if I hadn't been able to go back to Indiana. But I was still, finished out my high school career. I had no direction. Really no thoughts of what I was going to do. I was living in the moment, just hanging out with my friends, partying, and working jobs. I must have had a million different jobs that I would work. And eventually, about a year out of high school, a little less than a year out of high school, it came to a point. Andrea had moved away. She went to Florida to a design school, and all my other friends, my good friend group, they had full-time jobs, and I didn't. I was just still sort of wandering around aimlessly. And one night I was hanging out with some older guys that I was, just hanging around with at the time, and we were actually doing mushrooms. And I remember it was probably 2 a.m. I was watching TV, and I turned around, and most of these guys were in their 30s, and here I am, 18. And I just had an epiphany. I was like, dude, I can't end up like this. I got to do something. And right then on the TV, a Navy recruitment commercial came on, and it wasn't that I was like so focused on joining the Navy, but I was like, I'm going into the military. And I left right from there, drove to the recruiting office at 4 a.m, waited for them to come in, and I walked in and went and signed up for the Navy that day. So that was the beginning of my military career. But when I walked into the Navy office, really having no idea what I wanted to do. I grew up watching movies. I was a big, obviously military movies were huge in my family just because my dad was in the Army. So I grew up watching, of course, all the, Commando and all those, Schwarzenegger ones, but also like Platoon, a lot of movies about the Vietnam War. And I was just sort of infatuated with that, infatuated with like the characters in those movies and just the culture of the military, especially in the grunt units, the guys that are on the front lines. And so I knew I wanted to do something. I wanted to be like a warrior of some kind. And I had seen the movie Navy SEALs, obviously, I was a huge fan of that in high school, or before high school. But yeah, I walked into the Navy recruiter office, and I was like, he asked, he's like, what do you want to do? And he had a SEAL poster on his wall, and I was like, I'm going to go do that. He was like, nobody makes that. Are you sure? And I also had to pick a rate in the Navy. So back then there was now they have a SEAL rate. It's SO. Back then they didn't have rates, or have a SEAL rate. So you had to pick another rate in the Navy. So in order to go to BUDS, which is a job, it'd be like your job in the Navy. So I was like, hey, what's the quickest way to get to BUDS as far as like picking a job? And he's like, oh, corpsman, they need corpsmen. Having no idea what a corpsman was, I was like, sign me up, I'll do it. And I found out after Navy boot camp that being a corpsman was being the medic. I did not put 2 and 2 together at the time, but I ended up going to Corps school right after boot camp. And from there, I thought I was going to go to BUDS, but they were like, no, you don't have a contract. So I had 2 options as a Navy medic. You can go to the fleet, which is go on a ship or work in a hospital, or you go to the Marine Corps, because the Marine Corps does not have their own medics. They get them from the Navy. So you can become a combat corpsman or just a regular corpsman in the Marines. So I was like, yep, that's what I want. I wanted to go to the Marine Corps. The Navy was a kind of a disappointment at the time to me, just after going through boot camp and everything. It wasn't what I thought it was going to be. So I was like, yeah, definitely send me to the Marines. So I ended up going to the Marine Corps in North Carolina, Camp Lejeune. I checked into 1st Battalion, 8th Marines, and that was pretty much the beginning of my career. I worked as a corpsman on a line unit, an alpha platoon, and still had the desire the whole time. Like my end state was going to BUD/S, but I had to serve my time with the Marines, and I couldn't be more blessed. Looking back now, everything happens for a reason. The Marine Corps is who raised me in the military. That's who, it's what I needed. I needed the type of men that were in the Marines, the type of leaders that were in the Marines, to really instill, the importance of serving your country and discipline, and what you do matters. And then also getting to learn from them, just the infantry job right away. So I was heavily invested. As a corpsman in the Marine Corps, you usually sit off to the side and you're there as medical support, and some guys take that role. I was more like, I hated that role. I was like, I want to be a Marine. I want to get in the fight. So I was always volunteering to go to different schools. I went to Marine Corps Combat Water Survival School, to become an instructor. That's probably, it's not a well-known school, but it's one of the hardest schools in the military, I believe, when it comes to the water. So I passed that. I got to go to assault climber school, and that was a tough one. That was a huge lesson learned there. A huge growth on that one, which I can get into, but
yeah, why was that one such a growthful one?
So I was brand new corpsman. I was in a line unit, and I was super motivated. Like I said, I was volunteering for everything. Any off time I had, I was training, PTing, working out, and the Marines love that. They see something like that, they're like, that guy's motivated. That's what we want. And so the OIC in my platoon said, hey, there's some slots open for this course, and it's assault climbers course, and it's really a course for more senior enlisted guys. But he was like, you're motivated, you're in shape, and it's a tough course. You have to be in pretty good shape. He's like, do you want to go? And I was like, yes. Young, immature. I was probably 19 or 20 at the time. So I show up at this course, and I'm there with probably like 3 or 4 other senior enlisted Marines from my command. But then at the course are nothing but special operators. There's SEALs, guys from Force Recon, and these are grown men, to me at the time. And that's exactly, I was like, holy cow, there's SEALs here. I was infatuated. And so I did really well with all the physical stuff. I could outperform most guys, kept up or beat everybody. But when it came to the knot tying and the ropes and all that, I was a mess. That school is huge there's a huge knot test that you have to do. You have to tie 15 knots blindfolded, and you only have a certain amount of time each time. And so at the time, and I grew up with a little bit of dyslexia. I was like left-handed. So when people are demonstrating, I'm not getting it because I'm like, dude, it's backwards for me. But then like I said, that was a very senior enlisted school. So there wasn't a lot of babying or like, hey, let's pull you to the side and work with it. It's like, if you're not getting it, you're not getting it. And so I wasn't getting it. And at the end of the day, we would sit around and have a sack over our head, and everyone would tie these knots. And then once everybody got them all, they can go home for the day. Well, I'm not getting them, messing them up, and everybody else is done. And this went on for hours. And it's, 100 degrees out. I'm sweating, and the rest of the SEALs and the older guys are just bagging on me. They're just like, you piece of shit, like, just quit. Like, we all want to go home. Like, you don't, and rightly so, they were ticked. I'm like, you have this 19-year-old kid that's holding them back from going out, for the rest of the day. But I remember it was how brutal that was, of like these guys that I wanted to be, and they're so ticked at me. And I'd go home back to my barracks every night and just like lay there like, holy shit. But I say that's a growth moment for me because I didn't quit. I went and persevered through, and it's even though like it was like a nightmare at the time for how young I was. I'm glad that because there was parts of me that I was like, dude, I should just quit. I'm being a burden on these guys, and it was just embarrassing, but I didn't, and I made it through, and I garnered, I think, the respect at the end. They were like, yeah, you're a young little punk, but you did pull through, and so that I grew from that, and then from there, I wanted to go recon because I couldn't go be a SEAL, so recon was like, hey, that's the Special Operations Unit. But luckily, one of the guys over there told me not to. He's like, don't come over here, because if you want to be a SEAL, go that route. If you come over here, we won't let you go. So I was like, okay, well, I want to try out for something else because I still had 2 years left on my contract for the Marines for my time there. So I ended up trying out for Stay Platoon, which is the sniper platoon in the battalion. They don't even have sniper platoons anymore. But Stay was what it was used to call. It was like target acquisition. I forget, and I'm drawing a blank on the S. But either way, I tried out for that. That was about a month and a half long screening just to get into that platoon. And that's very rigorous, and they beat you down for a month and a half, but they're also training you at the same time. Spent a lot of time in the field, just learning the craft of being a sniper. And then once you get into that platoon, the platoon is mixed up with actual snipers who went to sniper school, and then guys awaiting to go to sniper school at some point. So the snipers are called hogs. The guys that haven't gone are called pigs. So I was a pig, but I was a corpsman for the platoon. And then the older guys liked me a lot because of how motivated I was and just like how into it I was. And they were like, hey, we'll give you a slot. We'll let you go through sniper school as the medic, but you'll be able to go through the whole course. You just won't get credit for it because it's a very Marine Corps sniper school is held in high regard. And I was fine with that. I was like, at the time, I was like, hey, anything that's going to better me when I get to, BUDS, or when I go to BUDS and just becoming a SEAL. And I was like, this is a perfect opportunity. So I went through Marine Corps sniper school, ended up graduating from there. Right before then, 9/11 had kicked off. So that was sort of changed everything. So yeah, I went through there, and then we ended up deploying on a ship, and then 1/8 went into Iraq for a short stint during that time. That was during the initial invasion. Nothing really huge happened. It was just eye-opening. It's like, okay, we're at war. And then we came back. Right when we came back from that deployment is when I left and went to BUDS and began my SEAL career.
I've been getting tons of messages asking about my health protocols ever since I did the world's heaviest marathon. The experience took a toll, and getting back to optimal health has been an absolute journey. That's where Marek Health has been absolutely essential. Their approach is beyond quick fixes. It's about long-term health and performance. They work with medical professionals to create personalized, evidence-based plans tailored to your needs, using pharmaceutical-grade treatments and cutting-edge diagnosis. Whether it's TRT, peptides, supplements, or like me, getting full health analysis to get you back on track, Marek Health provides everything that you need. And it's not just for athletes. If you're an entrepreneur or businessman like me, you might want that renewed focus, clarity, and energy. That's when Marek Health can get your brain performing at its peak. From comprehensive blood work to customized health plans, Marek gives you the tools to optimize your life. If you're ready to take control of your health, go to marekhealth.com and use code Mulligan for 10% off. The link's down below. I can't recommend them enough. And if you just wanted to get started, I would go and get your blood work done. Go get assessed, find out where they can help you. Use the link down below for 10% off using code Mulligan.
As many of you know, we are independent creators and filmmakers, but there is a massive attack on us right now. Traditional media over the last few years has started to slowly die. They are no longer the independent voice that you first thought they were. That's why we've created Mulligan Brothers Patreon. We've built something special for our most dedicated supporters, and I want to break it down for you real quick. The supporter tier gets you ad-free early access to both video and audio versions of Mulligan Brothers interviews 24 hours before it goes public. The executive tier gets you everything that a supporter tier gets, plus more. Exclusive interviews and behind the scenes content, walk and talks, daily routines, unreleased interviews, the stuff that you don't see anywhere else. And finally, the executive producer tier. Everything from the supporter tier and the executive tier, plus exclusive perks. Access to our treatment packages. Be the first to see which guests are coming up and get insight into the topics we'll be discussing before anyone else. And you'll even get an executive producer credit on every single documentary that we make. So if you've ever wanted to support the Mulligan Brothers mission of inspiring change so we can go around the world and get these stories that nobody else will, this is exactly how you do it. Go to patreon.com/Mulligan Brothers or click the link in the description or scan the QR code on screen. Join the community and help us inspire change. Let's dive back into the video.
In the time that you was going through all this training and these tests and stuff, in the book you wrote about sneaking off to try and do screening for buds and stuff like that. You doing press-ups, you doing fitness tests, all that kind of stuff still, and you went for screening. You weren't supposed to go for screening?
Yes. So while I was with the Marines, my rebellious self, I was kept being told no, I could not go to buds. I had to finish out my time. But I'd go take the screener every chance that I had. I think I took the screener for buds 12 times and I crushed it each and every time. I'd show up and I'd beat everybody. But the problem is I still owed time to the Marines. So I was pretty fed up at one point. So I knew they were holding a screener and I knew SEALs were going to be there. It was in Little Creek, Virginia, where all the East Coast teams are based. So I had my sergeant, one of the sergeants in my platoon drove me up there so I could take the screener and drive back. And I did not ask permission to go do it. So I went up there, passed everything. And the guys that put the screener on were like, yep, you're a good candidate. Like, we definitely recommend you go. We just got to get approval from your command. And they called the command and were like, hey, this guy is ready to go. And they were like, what? We didn't give him permission. So when I got back, I got charged with UA, but they really didn't stick to it. They just punished me a little bit. But that was like the common theme. I was constantly doing things to try and get there, and I was just being told no at every corner, just because I still had to serve my time with the Marines. And then they sent another sailor there that was with me. He was just in a different line unit, and he quit the first week. So they were like, well, we don't want to waste another billet. Like, the last guy quit, so we're not going to send you. And luckily, a new chief had checked in, and he wanted, he was getting to know all of us that worked at the aid station, or that were medics in the battalion. And he saw that I had screened over, a dozen times. And he was like, why hasn't this guy been given, or granted permission to go? And they're like, oh, we don't know. And he came and saw me and he was like, come here, marched me down to the admin office, and they got me orders right away. So if it wasn't for that guy, I don't know, if I would have went or what would have happened.
Damn. Okay. So then buds, like you've done the screener. What's that moment like? Does it hit you like this is kind of everything you want at this point?
Yes. It hit me when I drove across country, and I was driving across the Coronado Bridge, and you can sort of see where the buds compound is. And I don't think I'd ever been like happier in my life to know that I was about to check in and go through to the SEAL selection process. I was happy to be there. I think because it was such a pain in the ass and so painstaking to get orders, and I had done all these things that there was no, in my mind, I was like, there's no chance I'm going to quit ever. And I was just happy to be there, man. It took a long time to get there. So I felt like lucky to be able to have orders there. You know what I mean? It was like a privilege to be able to go. And so Buds was tough. It is the toughest training in the military, hands down, like as far as the selection process, physically and mentally. But at the same time, it's your mindset. It's not impossible. I don't think it's one of those things where it's like, oh, you definitely can't make it, or you can make it if you set your mind to it, and if you have a good mindset. And I think I had a good mindset going into it. I had two things going for me. I was mature. I had done my time with the Marines. I had already been to sniper school. I had already deployed to combat. I had already, gone to all these different little selection processes. So I kind of already knew like how things worked a little bit. And then two, I was just happy to be there. Like that mindset to me, like I wasn't waking up like, oh gosh, today's going to suck. I was like, let's see what today brings, and I knew it was going to bring pain and suffering, but I was like, this is exactly what I wanted.
Was there a low moment at all? Like, or not a low moment, like a difficult moment, like anything that stands out, like Hell Week or anything like that?
There was a couple, Buds will find moments for you. Hell Week. I remember it had to be like a Wednesday of Hell Week. We were doing Camp Surf, and I had developed I had a root canal done right before I checked into Buds, and it got infected during Hell Week. And I didn't say anything at the time, and my whole face was just, it felt like somebody was hitting me with a baseball bat. And I remember we were doing Camp Surf, we're digging this hole with our paddles, and I was like, I stopped digging, and I remember just looking down, and I was like, dude, I don't know if I can, like, this is this pain sucks. And you're tired. And then I remember I just snapped out of it. I was like, oh, fuck that. Like, and again, I looked up at the guys that were still there, and I'm like, dude, if they can do it, they're still here, I'm going to stay here. And then that was like the only fleeting moment of like, can I keep going? Never did it cross my mind like, oh, I'm going to quit. It was more like, am I going to like die? Or like, am I going to break something? And, and that does happen, but I would still keep going. You know what I mean? And then, second phase, I got rolled, for pool comp, and that was, you don't want to fail anything, but, I failed pool comp and got rolled, but then came back in the next class and did fine. But that was only two like low points really. And I don't even call them low points. I just call them setbacks.
What was you rolled for? Like, do you remember, was it a specific like thing?
Yeah, pool comp it's pool competency. It's when you it's like the Hell Week of second phase, but it's nowhere close to Hell Week. But you put two twin tanks on, go down to the bottom, and you're crawling along the bottom, and then the instructors will swim down and just start tearing you up and turning you around, smacking you around. They'll tie your hoses in knots, rip the air out. And you have to go through a set of procedures each and every time they do that, and it has to be to a T. And I think one of them, the straps when I got done weren't exactly 3 finger lengths, which they're supposed to be. And then at the end of that whole thing, they tie a final knot, which is called the whammy knot, and it's a knot that you can't get out. And so they want you to attempt to try and get it. And then eventually you go through your ditch and don procedures, and it has to be to a T. And once you get everything off, you're supposed to go boom, kiss the bottom of the pool, and then blow air out all the way to the surface. So I did all that, came to the surface, and they were like, fail. And I was sort of confused because I was like, I don't think I messed anything up. And the instructor's like, your lips did not touch the bottom of the pool. So that was a failure. So I got rolled. But that happens. I think there was a little bit of personal beef too between me and that instructor. But yeah, it's fine though. Everything happens for a reason. I got rolled, and I got rolled into another class full of awesome individuals, and graduated with them.
Do you remember seeing like physical specimens or guys you were just like, wow, these guys are incredible athletes or soldiers, whatever it was, and then seeing them quit? Did you see any of that happen?
Yeah. There's dudes when you show up, they're they're studs. I mean, they look like, you're like, holy shit, is this guy a SEAL already? Like, you know, they're jacked and ripped up. And there's some athletes, big, you know, D1 athletes that show up that want to come out, and yeah, you see them quit. It's Buds is not, you're not, you know, just because you're in shape and an animal does not mean you're going to make it through. It's a lot of it is mental. You're also being told you ain't shit. They don't care, you know, about where you come from or what kind of gifts you have. If you're talented, it's like, can you put up with the pain? Can you put up with the suffering? And can you still perform 100%? Can you put up with being criticized and being told that you're nothing, you know? And I think for some of these athletes that show up that probably are gifted, but they were told they were gifted their whole career, and then they show up to a program like this and it's like, you ain't shit. I think maybe that's a lot of them for them to take on, you know, until, that was, you know, that was eye-opening to see, you know, but it wasn't really. I mean, at the same time, because I had already been to certain selection processes beforehand, I knew, I was like, this is about how much you can take, how much misery you can put up with and still perform and still be a team member, a teammate. And that's the one thing Buds is, right? It's, are you going to be a burden or are you going to be an asset? And nobody cares that you're in pain. Nobody cares that you're hurting. If you're the guy that's under the boat or under the log, that's like, oh, my pain, my shoulder, my head, which it happens. Guess what? Everybody else's shoulders is hurting. Everybody else's head's hurting. Everybody else's legs are hurting. Shut up and drive on. Like, be an asset. If you are sitting there complaining or woe is me, look at me, you are now no longer an asset. You're a liability and you're holding everybody back. And that's what Buds teaches you, is to always make yourself an asset in some form or fashion.
I mean, that's such great advice for life, like for guys. You see those, some people feel like victim to life and like don't become an asset no more. Yeah, that's great advice, man. What was you spoke about yesterday, you said the post-Buds shape that you're in. How do you describe that? What did all you guys look like after that?
So after obviously third phase, you know, it's the final phase, and you get done with that. You get done with Buds, you're a stud. But you're not like this Adonis jacked dude. You literally are like, you can't do anything to me physically. Like, you want me to go run 15 miles right now? I'll go do it. Like, if you want me to go swim 5 miles right now, I can go do it. You want to give me any kind of physical task, I will complete it. And I will crush whoever I'm going against. That's the kind of shape that you're in. And, you know, I loved being in that shape. I mean, I was 150 pounds soaking wet, but I could do everything. And so I maintained, you know, I maintained that type of shape, tried to through my whole career.
So lean, light. Yeah. I think, what did you say? Light is right?
Light is right. Yeah. Lean, light, still strong. You know, you should, like, my metric was like, can I pick up the biggest guy in my platoon with full kit and carry him for how many miles, you know, and I could. As long as I could do that, then I was fine. Yeah, I probably couldn't deadlift 500 pounds, but I was like, that's okay with me. I'm in good shape, and I'm in good shape to do whatever task is in front of me. Like I said, you want me to go swim, you want me to go traverse some mountains, you want me to go out in the desert, doesn't matter what environment, I'm good enough to do whatever you put in front of me right now.
What was the misconception back then about what shape you had to be in, or do you see misconceptions about, to be a SEAL I need to be like, look like this and this, and it's kind of maybe even been a weakness to them being in that shape?
Yeah, I mean, I think a misconception is that like all SEALs are these, you know, jacked, huge dudes. And I think that, you know, there's these kids that are, you know, wanting to go SEALs and wanting to go to Buds, like, and they're just doing nothing but like lifting and trying to get big. I'm like, you're going to have a rough time. It's light is right in Buds. I'm like, just work on your cardio, work on your calisthenics. Definitely still hit the weights. You got to be strong, but it doesn't have to be like, you know, you shouldn't be out there max, deadlifting or doing snatches or all that stuff. It's like just the simple workouts. I stuck to Stu Smith, who was a SEAL, created a book called 12 Weeks to Buds. It is nothing but calisthenics, swimming, and running. And it's just, they're long workouts, but that is the shape that you need to be in to go to Buds. And you have to be mentally prepared to not be in that shape for very long, because first phase will beat you down. Show up in shape, but just be ready. Like, it's going to beat you down into hamburger meat, but then you are still asked to perform and pass the standards. And not only that, those standards will increasingly harder through Buds, and you were expected to pass each and every one of those.
The book 12 Weeks to Buds, like, is that still available?
Oh yeah, Stu Smith.
What does it look like? Like a workout?
Like a typical calisthenic workout. Stu liked to, do a lot of diamond or pyramid workouts. So it would be like, 1 pull-up, 3 push-ups, 4 dips, whatever. And then you would just keep increasing those. So the pyramid would go up and then you go back down. And then that's followed by a 4-mile run. And then you go to the pool and then you do like half hour to an hour of hypoxic swimming. And those are just all intermixed throughout each day. So it's like you could spend all day long working out.
You pass. What's that moment like?
You're proud. That's you're definitely happy. You back then you didn't get your trident after passing Buds. Well, you don't. You go to SQT, SEAL qualification training. So obviously after passing Buds, they did a graduation ceremony for us. My parents showed up. I think that was like a big moment. My dad was very, very proud. He doesn't give praise very much, but I could tell that he was like very proud that I chose that profession and that I made it through that selection process, which meant a lot to me. But I knew when I passed Buds, I'm like, this ain't even close to being over yet. We still have to go to SEAL qualification training. So went there, and then from there, that's when you get your trident at the end. And getting your trident's a big deal. Back then, we did it in a closed room. There was nothing but SEALs that were in there, and you get your trident, you get it punched in, then you are told you're not shit. Like, you have to earn that every single day. And they were very adamant about that, and I'm glad they were. And they were like, don't check into your team thinking that you've accomplished anything, because everybody here has done it. And so, I was glad that whoever gave that speech to us, like, humbled us very quickly, which is good, because a lot of guys we call it birditis. You get that trident and you're like, oh, I'm the shit. But I also was mature enough to know, like, yes, I was proud I had that, but I still had a lot to learn. I was just ready to go check into a team. But that would wait a little bit, because I would go to special operations medical school before I checked into a team.
Punching a trident, like, could you talk us through what that's like?
It's frowned upon now. They don't do it. Or I think they do it behind closed doors now. But yeah, it's a rite of passage, really. So you get your brand new guy, get your trident, and it's every guy that has his trident, older guys will come by and just slug it in you. It's stuck into your chest, and it's a rite of passage. So like that whole night after everybody goes out and gets drunk and parties, but you're getting that thing tapped into your chest, and you're happy that you're asking guys to do it. So a guy that you respect, like, hey man, give me a tap,
What does the back of the pin look like?
It's 3 prongs. So it's pinned into your uniform. They usually they're called frogs, these little caps but those aren't there. So like, and I don't think we even had shirts on. So they're just getting punched into our bare skin.
How many guys punched yours in? Do you remember?
Oh, no, it was so drunk. I know I woke up the next morning, it was in my chest, and just blood all over the place. And, someone looked down and smiled.
Do you think there's any relevance to the fact that they don't do that anymore? Because you spoke about like different generation of SEALs now.
Yeah, I do. I think there's relevance to a lot of things that they've changed. But yeah, it's because it hurts feelings. And, you know, some people don't like to see that. And, you know, these freaking soft officers that come in, they're like, oh, I'm going to make a change to pick up rank. And they try to change the culture a little bit. And like, the culture is what makes us what we are. And I think it does create it creates a sense of entitlement. So when these kids, and I don't want to say like young men, get these tridents, and they're told they're the greatest thing since sliced bread, and they're like, you know, you're a part of the 0.1%, and you should be proud. And there's nobody there like humbling them and being like, dude, you're about to check into a team where nobody gives a shit. Like, nobody cares. And I think there's some importance to that. And I think it's also importance to the rite of passage. I mean, there's a lineage of people doing that. It's tradition. And if you break tradition, you break culture.
Sorry to interrupt the video. I just want to say a quick thank you to everybody who supported us at mulliganbrothers.com, from buying the merchandise to the journals to the posters and everything else. There is a quick revamp going to happen on the website very shortly, and we wanted to make some offers available before we do so. The Not a Journal and the posters have offers linked down below. If you've not seen the Not a Journal, it is the best productivity hack. I've used it my whole life. I absolutely love it. That's why we designed it and delivered it to you guys. Linked down below. And the Memento Mori poster, a poster that reminds you, you are one day going to die. We don't know when that is. And it's an interactive poster that you look at every single day. It's absolutely changed my life. Again, linked down below. Let's dive back into the episode.
So what year would that have been when you got your trident?
2005.
Wow, okay. So it was really, you know, the war was like pretty bad at that point. Like, do you remember your first experience once you had your trident going out there?
Yeah, so I went to, you know, special operations medical school, graduated there, and then I went to check into Team 1. Checked into Team 1, and we have a workup. So it's a workup is like your training cycle before you deploy, where you're graded and everything to make sure everything's on point. That's about a 7-month process. But yeah, we deployed to Iraq after that, hit, and it was awesome. It was, you know, I was excited that our platoon got to go to Iraq. I think there's another misconception here, is everybody thinks every SEAL goes to war, and that's not true. It's luck of the draw sometimes. So if you take a SEAL team, you have typically anywhere from 7 to 9 platoons, depending on how they're doing the numbers at that point. But not every platoon is going to combat. There's other places that need to be filled, like Guam or Germany or, Dubai or wherever. Like, there's plenty of non-combat zones that platoons get sent to. And then there are the select that get to go, you know, probably like a handful that get to go to combat zones. So I was grateful, one, that my platoon was selected to go to a combat zone. And then I had a platoon of just heavy hitters. The older guys, when we checked in, were just phenomenal. The new guys that were my peers, I mean, some of the best operators to this day that I've ever been around. We took everything very seriously, but we also, you know, everything was competitive, and we were competing with each other on everything, which was great, but we were all very close. And the fact that we all got to deploy to Iraq, and it was a good deployment, a lot of DAs, direct action missions. We were going on back then. We were just going off of human intelligence. So we'd hit multiple targets a night, a lot of dry holes, some not. But it was just getting those reps in of, doing DAs and actually doing some pretty cool ops. You know, we got to actually do an ambush, which went off really well. So, I mean, as your first deployment, that I couldn't have asked, you know, for anything better. I was like, this was awesome. And then, you know, came back from that deployment at the time. So I had, I can rewind a little bit. Yeah. Driving from Special Operations Medical School out to Team 1 to go check in. I had stopped off in Indiana. My parents were moving from there to Maryland, and they hadn't moved just yet. So I stopped off at the house to visit my mom, and that's when I had reached out. I called Andrea's parents just to see how she was doing, just check up on her, and she ended up calling me back the next day, and we went, hung out. She was divorced with 2 kids, but I knew when we started hanging out again, I was like, this was supposed to be, like we were supposed to be together from the get-go. And I think she felt the same way. So we kept a long distance relationship during my first platoon, during the training and then deployment. We actually got married before I deployed. And then when I came back from that deployment is when she and the kids moved out. So I went from being a single team guy living on my own, like doing the whole bachelor thing, to married with 2 kids after my first deployment.
Wow. Okay. So what was the, after the first deployment, was there a struggle to like get back into civilian life?
I didn't know. I didn't have any issues. My first deployment, I think maybe because there was a lot going on. I came back and I'm like, okay, now I'm married with 2 kids. Got to figure this out. So it was like, go, go, go. But it was also, hey, we're getting ready for another workup. And so it was just, there's really no time to like sit and be like, oh, is something going on with me? And at the time, I don't think there was either. I think I was fine. And I was excited. I mean, I came back, volunteered for breacher school and a bunch of other schools right away, and then started workup again. And we were pretty much the same platoons, same guys, a couple missing that, some older guys went away. But as far as like the rest of the guys and my peers, we were all together. And we had another awesome deployment. This time we went to Afghanistan. And we had a great officer, Dan Kanasan, but first op, he got his legs completely, blown off by a daisy chain IED. I don't think the platoon was in country for 24 hours, so that sort of set the tone for that deployment, and it was a very busy deployment. A lot of fun, but we were hitting it pretty good, going out doing disruption ops, just getting in firefights every time we went out. So it was like you couldn't really ask for anything better. And again, just the group of guys that I was with made the difference. Just a lot of professionals. Very professional, but they were out there to get it on. So it was fun. I had a blast. Got to do some cool stuff at the end of that deployment. I went out to Sangin with a couple guys, did some counter sniper stuff. Finished the deployment off on that. And before that deployment though, Andrea had gotten pregnant, and Ryan, my youngest, was born probably less than a month before I deployed. So came back from that deployment and had, new baby, but and I think at that point, I think it was like, hey, you're going to go take a break. So I went to Buds and became a first phase instructor for a little less than a year.
Okay. I mean, it sounds like you're quite sensible with your time, like the way in which you did it. But did you create like an obsession? Like a lot of the SEAL guys talk about like becoming obsessed with their career, and it coming over their family, and everything became second to the job. Was that the same mentality that you kind of fell into?
Yes. Without knowing it, yes. It's the teams were my obsession. The teams were all that mattered. Everything revolves around that job. Your family comes second, and that is a hard pill to swallow, especially when your wife calls you on it. She's like, I know I come second to you or to the job. And I didn't, every time she would say that, I would get mad, because I'm like, that's not true. But it was, all that mattered to me was being the best operator that I could be, and keep going back to combat. That was it. So, we took that break, and I think Andrea was glad for it. She was like, okay, you're going to be home, first phase instructor. No, that's probably some of the hardest I've worked as well. We were undermanned as instructor staff, and at the time they were trying to push more numbers through buds. So the classes were way bigger than usual. And then there was no breaks in between classes. So 7 weeks, you'd finish a class on a Friday and then start up another one Monday, and just back to first phase again. And you are there from 4 a.m. till 6, 7 at night. And then also you're working hell weeks. So then, you're working from midnight to 8 in the morning, depending on what shift you have. So again, like I was giving everything I was like, and I went to that first phase job kicking and screaming. I didn't want to go. I wanted to do another platoon. But they were like, nope, this is where you're going to go just for now. And so when I got there, I was like, okay, if I'm here, I'm here. And I worked around, there was a bunch of good dudes there that I got to work with. And it was we had fun, but we worked hard, and I took it serious. I was like, this, if you're going to be a first phase instructor, then you are going to set the standard and be the example. So I'd be there all the time with the students. And I volunteered to do, lead PT sessions, lead every run, swim, but it's, that's, I think that was a big thing. Like shore duty, there's no such thing as shore duty in the teams. And I remember I heard that from an officer later on. They were like, doesn't matter where you send you, like, you're not going to be home. And when you are home, you're not home mentally. You're still at the job. Like, even when I was home, I'd be spending time with the family, and your mind is elsewhere.
Did that get worse and worse over time?
Yeah, I think it did. I think the more I kept deploying, I know that when I was at first phase, Andrea and I were struggling. I think she was coming to grips with the fact that the team came first. There was also, some probably repercussions of, that was my 5th deployment, counting the Marine Corps deployments. And just, I think after that Afghan deployment, I was, you a little bit more on edge, not like crazy, but if something was going down, I was popping. I was like, let's go. I still getting into some bar fights, got in some fights, in front of Andrea when we were out to eat, with guys just mouthing off. It was like, there was no like, hey, let's think about this. Like, it was like, boom, it's happening, bam. And those things, and without thinking about the consequences. So I think she saw that. And so, we went, but I'll say this, even though I think, and I say we were struggling, we were trying to fix what was also going on. So we were going to see, therapists or marriage counseling, and I would do, if I was home and she wanted me to do something to work on our marriage, I would, begrudgingly do it. But yeah, I think that's, at that point, there was some struggle going on for sure. And then I think she knew that, because I was like, I'm going back to a platoon. I went and tried out for Dev Group. I went to Green Team, got dropped from there. And I knew she didn't want that. She did not. But she's the most supportive wife. So she's like, if that's what you want to do, then go do it. But I knew it's like she didn't want to move out to Virginia Beach. And she had already heard horror stories of how busy, like, you're not going to be home there either. So, I didn't make it, came back, and I jumped right into another platoon that was going to Afghanistan, and just deployed to Afghanistan again.
What's it like as a day? Like, when you say you did counter sniper, are you going out there to take out their snipers on?
Yeah, so what the task that we were given, Sangin province, the Brits were just getting, actually, Jay, I think, probably was out there. But the Brits were getting their shit pushed in. They were getting smoked all the time by snipers, and I think getting, I guess a lot of sniper stuff that they were getting smoked in. So they put in a request for some snipers to come out and help them do some counter sniper stuff. And so, yeah, me and a couple junior guys, I was on my second platoon, so I still consider myself junior, but I was the lead. We went out there and we spent a couple weeks in Sangin province, maybe more than a couple weeks, doing counter sniper stuff. And we ended up, I ended up shooting a couple of the top Taliban leaders that were in that area, which was kind of cool to end the deployment on that. The Brits were ecstatic. I mean, they were happy that that happened.
So you get intelligence where guys are, like, do you get placed somewhere? Like, what would a typical day look like?
How that worked out is, we went up, I think we ended up going to FOB Robinson, which is a Green Beret FOB. There was an ODA unit that was there, but the Brits were there. And so I linked up with one of the Brit officers. He pulled out a map. He's like, this is where we're going. It was one of their FOBs. He's like, this is where we are getting contacted from the past month and where we're getting shot at from. And so we then looked at the area. We picked a building out that would look like you'd have a good view of all three places. And so we were like, hey, we'll sneak in there at night and set up and just overwatch from there and see what we see. And that actually ended up being a perfect building. So we got up on the roof and we spent about 4 days on that roof just watching the area. I ended up observing 3 MAMs, 3 military-age males coming out of this compound, and they would come out and go into the green zone, which is like a tree line, and then literally 15, 20 minutes later, there'd be gunfire and shooting going on, and then I would watch them come back, and then there was no gunfire. And then every time these guys were coming out, there was something going on. So I was like, these dudes are the ones that are starting shit, that are doing things. So I ended up telling the guys, like, hey, I'm engaging these guys. This was on the 3rd day. I think it was the 3rd day. I was like, I have, enough intel. I've already PID'd a weapon on one. So I ended up dropping both those guys as they came back out of the tree line. And there was a little bit of confusion, or just that there was an ODA unit up there with us, a couple team, and they were kind of pissed. They were like, I don't see any guns on them. So then the Brits went out there and did a BDA, battle damage assessment, and came back and like, no, those two top Taliban commanders. And so that was off of just like experience, instinct, observing, being like, okay, everything's adding up here. These are the guys.
So it was 3 or 4 days.
Yeah.
Yeah. So do you you stay on the exact same site? You rotate, sleep in the same place? Like, how's it? What you got?
Yeah. So you're on that roof. You're on that roof. You're staying in there. I mean, obviously there's like a little. You can go inside. I had 2 other guys, so we were on a rotation on the gun. But then it depends. Like if we can create a couple of mortar holes that guys can be on the gun as long as you want. But then as long as you have a couple guys behind the gun, you're fine. And then guys can get sleep or try and get some rest. And then you're just eating MREs up there.
What's that like? What's the MREs like?
They suck. I mean, I got my fill of MREs when I was with the Marines. That's like all we lived off of.
There's nothing in there that you're like, oh yes, like this, it's got some of this in there.
Skittles. Yeah, I'm like, that's what it came down to. It's like, dude, I'll eat the candy. I mean, that food that's in there has to be, I don't know how bad it is for you, but you do learn how to make meals out of them. I mean, in the Marines, we'd have MRE cook-offs, who could make like the best thing out of an MRE. I got pretty good at it. I could make, I actually made, Thai rice one time. So I took a peanut butter, sauce. So I heat up the peanut butter, cook the rice a little bit, and then I put a little bit of hot sauce in the peanut butter, mix it around, and I create like a Thai rice chicken type meal.
Sounds good, man.
Yeah, I won the cooking competition that day. So,
what was it like working with the Brits? Was that your first time working with those guys, or?
Yeah, I mean they were great. I mean they're just good dudes. Definitely getting used to there's male and females like out there together. So that was sort of new, and then staying on the Brit FOB, like they were showering like in the same spot. And so that's a little bit different than, Americans do it, but they were good dudes. They were just happy that we were there. They were like thanking us, like, hey, thank you for coming out. I felt bad for them. I mean, they were losing dudes left and right, but they were just, there were some professional guys that were there for the right reasons, and yeah, had a good experience with them.
Is it Brits like one of the closer militaries that you guys worked with? Like, is that one of the ones you guys got on with the most, or was it
them and the Aussies?
Yeah, I've heard that.
Yeah, Aussies are awesome to be around. Just very, like-minded. They're a little bit more wilder, I would say, but they're fun. They're fun dudes, and they like getting after it.
What makes a good, like an ability to be able to have a good relationship with these guys? Because like a lot of the time I hear like the banter, the jokes, that kind of stuff helps. But like, is there anything else like the work ethic, mentality, mind?
The mentality and work ethic. Like, hey, what are you here for? Why are you here? Are you like, are we trying to get the bad guys? Are we trying to go out there and kill as many of these dudes as we can? Then yes, then cool, man. We're here for the right reasons. Like that's what you want. And then obviously you want to be compatible with them as well. So yeah, but like, that's what I mean. Like their mindset and the way they joke around, we bust balls and, talk trash to each other, but it's all good fun. You know what I mean? Nobody's getting overly butthurt about anything or being like, oh, what the heck? It's just a good time. And then we train together. Like we would go fight, do jujitsu or do combatives together because their fobs were, next to ours. And those guys would be like, hey man, come eat it up. Their chow halls were 10 times better than ours. So they'd be like, dude, come over here and eat. And so, I mean, it was like, doing that type of, mixing the cultures together and just getting along.
Who was like a force that was hard to work with? Like, I know you spoke about like some of the local stuff was sometimes it put you in danger and all that kind of stuff. Like, yeah,
I mean, anytime you're partnered up with like the Afghanis or the Iraqis, they're always difficult to work. I mean, there's some, that are okay, I guess. I think these guys that are out there are like, bro, the partner forces there were awesome. And like, they were so, I'm like, dude, you're giving them a lot of credit. But there were some, they're there trying to fight for their country. And so you got to respect that. But there's a small groups. The rest of them are just like, whatever side is winning is the side I'm on. Or, they don't have the same drive, the same belief in their country that we do. And I think that was was hard for us to understand working with them. Like, dude, this is your country. Like, you should be wanting to go out there and do this. And, they don't have the same work ethic. So it does become dangerous working with them because, one, if shit pops off, you're not relying on them to do anything. They're probably going to turn and run. Some of them will stay and fight, but then, then you're always worried about like, hey, is this dude's cousin part of the Taliban? Is he, they're making phone calls? And that was a real threat, especially one of the other Afghan deployments. Like we were doing the commando mission. So you're flying in, hitting a target with 80 Afghans and there's like 4 SEALs and you're herding cats, getting them to the target. But then on the flight in, you're looking down, they're not supposed to have cell phones, but guess what? They do. And they're like, you don't know, like, hey, are they texting somebody like, hey, we're coming, get ready. And that does happen.
Did you see anything like that?
Not that I could prove, no.
Just like timings could have been like something happened that you're like, oh, coincidence that these guys were ready for us or?
Yeah, I think there was like probably a couple times where we inserted and, got to where we needed to be. And it's like, these assholes knew we were coming. You could hear it over their ICOM. And so like, okay, so then which one of these Afghans, but then again, you can't go around and play detective and, all right, guys, pull your phones. It's like, dude, it happened. Now we got to deal with this, So you had to vet those dudes a lot. And it's like herding cats, man. It's, and they don't listen half the time. So it's not ideal. Like I remember flying in with all of them and I'm just like, that was probably one of the only times where I was like, this isn't worth it. Because if I go down in this helicopter, I'm not going down with my brothers. I'm going down with like 25 Afghans who I don't even know and who don't give a shit about getting their country back. So yeah, that was probably one. Yeah, I'd say that's one of the most dangerous missions, just because you're of the blue on or the green on blue threat.
Andrea said yesterday about the relationship that you guys had as brothers, and like what it meant to be like to use that sort of terminology, and like what you guys would give for each other. Like what formed a relationship like that? Was it simply that they were a SEAL, or did they have to meet a different criteria?
You have to meet a different criteria. I mean, the SEAL teams, you know, they say, oh, the brotherhood, if you're a SEAL and you're part of the brotherhood, that's so far from the truth. I mean, guys join the teams for different reasons. Not all of us are the same. Not all of us join for the same reasons. Not all of us pass buds like with the same mindset. It's when you find this group, like my first platoon, like I had talked about, my first platoon was, I couldn't have been around a more like-minded, just bunch of dudes that really cared about each other and loved you. Like you form this bond, and it doesn't start off right away, right? It's not like, hey, we're brothers now. It's like you form it through adversity, you form it through suffering together, you form it through loss, you form it through heartache, you form it through victories, you form it through joy, you form it through pain, like all these things that the job comes with. You develop this love that I'm getting emotional. You develop this relationship and this love through all these things that you go through. And then if those people are there with you at the end through all of that, and that is like, it's tighter than family. That's your brother. And like, I would do anything for them. Including I would give my life in a heartbeat for them if it came down to it. And I think Andrea, she knew I was a SEAL, but she had no idea really what that entailed. And I had her come out. I was living with two of my close friends, Aaron Vaughn and Brad Kavner. And she came out, and that was like her first real like experience around these guys that I'm working with, and like my brothers, you know. And I don't think she really understood. I mean, she knew, like, you know, I had tight friends back in Indiana, and she's like, okay, yeah, these are your buddies, like, that you work with. And we went to a bar, the Danny's, which is a SEAL bar in Coronado. And I had gotten up and went to the bathroom. And Brad Kavner, who I was living with, grabbed her and pulled her aside and was like, dead serious. Was like, I don't want you to worry about him. Because if it comes down to it, I'll die for him. I will take a bullet for him. And I don't, like, at the time, you know, it's like, you know, you're living in the moment, and you're like, okay, yeah, like people say that stuff, but him grabbing Andrea and like letting her know, like, this is what it is. I think then she like figured it out. She was like, okay, this is on another level. And that's what brotherhood is. And that's not everybody. It's a tight-knit circle of dudes that you get to work with, that you form that relationship with, that you go through all these trials and tribulations with, and that are there with you at the end. And unfortunately, you know, there's some situations, you know, dudes will drop off and won't be with you, but I'll tell you what, the group of guys, I have the good old boys, those are my brothers. And they will be till I'm 6 feet under. That's who I'm super close with now, even though we're not, you know, working together, but that they will always be like family. They're blood to me.
Is there a number of guys who fit in the good old boys, like off the top of your head, or is it more like a capture the type of guy, or is it literally a group of people?
It's a group of people.
How many of you are there?
Like 12, maybe.
And you come up with the name Pipe Hitters for the foundation. Is the good old boys pipe, like, is that how you describe those guys? Like, are they all pipe hitters?
Oh yeah. So like, yeah, a pipe hitter is, I mean, it's a term that's just, used, and like usually when, and this is just from my experience, like being in the teams, and I know what happens in law enforcement and all that, but if you get a guy that's coming into your platoon, nobody really knows him too much, or maybe a couple guys know him, and you're like trying to figure like, hey, is this dude, who is this dude? And you're like, hey, what's up with this guy? And like, bro, he's a pipe hitter, man. And like, that's a guy that, so it's sort of like this terminology, like that's the dude that you want with you, when shit hits the fan. And so that term carried, through my career. Guys would use it, like, oh, that dude's a pipe hitter, or that guy, And so that's, yeah, I use that name for our foundation because that's who we support, is dudes that are willing to give it all for their, country or community, that raise their right hand to do what it takes to protect and serve and protect this country.
Do you guys get together like as a group at any point? Like,
oh yeah, we all keep in touch. I mean, it's obviously most of us are out. There's a couple guys that are still in, but and everybody's doing their own thing on the outside. But no, we keep tabs on each other, and we'll text each other. And like, I had a 40-minute phone call with one of them yesterday when I was driving back, man, and we hadn't talked in a couple months. But it's like, it doesn't matter the amount of time that goes by. It's like, when you get on a call or like we see each other again, we'll meet up once a year. We'll try to, and it's like no time has passed, man. Yeah.
You had your final deployment, and that you was with that team. Was that the group of guys that you was with? Sorry, was that the same guys that you deployed with before that, or was it only on this final deployment?
No. So the first guys that I had deployed with, that was all at Team 1. And so when I went to the screening of Dev Group, didn't make it, came back, I checked into Team 7 because they were rolling out to Afghanistan. And one of my best friends was a platoon chief over there. He was actually part of this group, Girl Boys, and he was the one who's like, hey, get him over here. So I ended up checking into Team 7 and went to Afghanistan, and I really I was just like a shooter, which was awesome. I was pretty senior to most dudes, but I wasn't an LPO, I wasn't in a leadership position because I checked in a little late to the platoon, but that ended up being a great platoon. But I could already see then a little bit of the shift in the culture, and it could have been like team to team as well. Like each team has their own little vibe and their own culture and like the way they do things. So Team 7 was a little bit different than Team 1. Team 1 was a little bit more, they call it Stalingrad 1. They're very more like militarized and uptight. Team 7 was very relaxed. But I mean, the guys that I worked with in that platoon and the next platoon, they were good dudes, but they just weren't cut from the same cloth as the first couple platoons that I did. It was just different. And then by the time I got to that final platoon, I didn't know anybody in that platoon. So that's when I picked up chief and I was put into a leadership position. The reason I got sent to that platoon was because I was told that they didn't do so hot the prior rotation before. They had a lot of issues. And so they were like, hey, clean some of that shit up and get these guys on point. And so I went and checked into that platoon knowing that these guys had not done so hot the last time, but I also didn't treat them like that. I was like, hey, we're starting from a clean slate. But I let them know, I was like, we're training. Like, we are going to be the best platoon at this team. And that's what we did.
Yeah, so you turn it around, right?
I'd say, yeah, we definitely, yeah, we turned it around because, we got number 1 platoon out of, coming out of workup. We got the pick of where we wanted to go, which was Mosul, Iraq. And so, yeah, it was good.
When did you feel indicators that like some of these guys might have been bad apples or had something against you, or like was that early on, or did that only come after?
No, it wasn't early on. I mean, it wasn't that I thought they were bad apples or like they were like, oh, they don't like me. It was the typical, like it was typical attitudes, like when we were trained, and we were doing a lot of training before we started workup, which is unheard of. Not unheard of. Take that back. Which most guys, when they come back, most platoons, they come back from deployment, they have a professional development phase, which lasts about 3 months, and then you go into workup. Well, usually during professional development phase, guys are going to schools, and so the platoon's not all there. So guys are sort of left to their own accord, like, hey, if there's no work to do, then don't show up unless you got something. I ran it because I knew that platoon had issues beforehand. I was like, no, I don't care if you're at a school, fine, but you're back here, we're going to train. We're going to do all the basics, patrolling, post-assault, pre-assault procedure, and it is mundane shit if you've done it before, but it doesn't matter. It's like we have to master this, and we all have to be on the same page. And so I was getting a little bit of attitude for that from some of the third platooners. They're like, oh, this is my time to be home, and stuff like that. I'm sure they had those gripes. But it didn't matter because it paid off. We did really well during our workup, and I think they knew that. They saw that. I really didn't see any red flags. I mean, I definitely saw a little bit of entitlement, but you'll have that. I mean, that's not anything out of the norm. It wasn't until I would say on deployment is when I was like, okay, there's something going on here. But even then, it wasn't like in my face, like these are red flags. And I was so focused on, the second that we were told like, hey, you're going to Mosul and you're going to clear Western Mosul, I was already talking to my other best friend, who's actually part of this group too. He was in Mosul at the time, and they cleared the eastern side. And he was like, dude, when you show up here, it's game on. Like they'd taken some, they lost their EOD guy, got killed. A couple guys have been shot. The past 2 rotations of platoons that went there lost somebody. So it was like, okay, dude, we're going to the place. And Trump had just taken office, and he pretty much was like, take the gloves off, get rid of ISIS. There was a directive given. So I knew we were going, it was going to be an arduous or kinetic deployment in some form or fashion. And so I was very focused on that, not really paying attention to like bitches and gripes. I was like, dude, if I don't have time to hear your shit. And unless it's like something majorly important, and so, yeah, we hit the ground running when we got on deployment. My buddy, my best friend was right. He was like, and he was there when we landed, and he's like, dude, I wish I could stay because your deployment's going to be insane. And it starting off, it was definitely more chaotic than any other deployment I'd been on from the get-go. And it just stayed that way until like the very end.
Would you say it was a successful deployment once you'd finished, got out of there?
Yeah, taken away from all that other stuff that happened, it was a definite successful deployment. I mean, we cleared the western end of Mosul in a little less than 6 months, and we weren't expected to clear the whole thing at all. They were expecting the other platoon to come in and then finish the job. And so, yeah, I think and we fell under MARSOC. We worked for MARSOC the deployment, and I think with that leadership, we had Andrew Christian, who was the lieutenant colonel or colonel at the time, and that guy was like, go out and do the deed, get it done. And yeah. Okay,
so then, if people want full details of like what happened, the book, you cover it at extensive length. So like, I think people can go read that. You get home, you suspect something's up, and you decide to go, right, okay, guys, we need to just get this squashed. Like, we need to...
Yeah, so the last month of that deployment, it ended up being like a little over 7 months. So we cleared it in a little less than 6, and we had a month of really downtime before we went home, which is what we needed. I told the guys, I'm like, this is your time, like, work out, like, get your mind right, get ready to, go home. And during that month, I had already like suspected, there were some of the dudes didn't like me. I heard the gripes and complaints near like the end of that deployment. Guys were like, I'm tired. You're making us go out all the time, this and that, this is dangerous. And so I knew there was some buildup going on. And I tried, we had meetings on that deployment trying to like squash things, but there was 3 individuals, really 2. It was Dalton Tolbert and Dylan DeLay. They just did not like me. They didn't like my leadership style. They didn't like whatever. And so they were always like doing shit behind the scenes and causing this little cancer in the platoon, like bitching about me when I wasn't around. And they got a couple just to like, Craig Miller was good friends with them. So he kind of got wrapped into that. And then they were trying to get other guys wrapped into it. And I think at the end of that deployment, we left and I knew, I was like, for me, I was like, dude, I know you guys don't like me. I don't give a shit. I don't like you. I don't respect you or the way that you act as a SEAL. So if you don't like me, that's fine. But what I told them, I was like, you guys cannot go on like going forward, spreading this hate and discontent. It's going to serve nobody. You know what I mean? And I was like, I will help you get to wherever you need to go. Cause I was the platoon chief at the time. But they didn't leave it at there. They did exactly the opposite, and they were really just trying to destroy my reputation. And the reason they were doing that is they were scared that I was going to go tell the truth about how they acted on deployment, about how they were being little babies and complaining, which I didn't. That was the other thing. I was like, dude, I moved on. I'm like, I headed to my next command. But they were going around starting all these rumors, and all of them were getting squashed. I mean, the command was like, okay, he's a thief. They were like, what did he steal? And they're like, oh, he took power bars. And the command's like, dude, go. And the command told him, like, go decompress and move on. Like, if this is, and then they were like, oh, he was putting us in danger. And so the command's like, how was he putting you in danger? And they could not have, the command's like, nope, that's a tactic that's been used since the beginning of the war. Go decompress. And it wasn't until about 7 months after, maybe 6-7 months after deployment, they came back and they're like, oh, he stabbed a ISIS prisoner to death. And the command's like, what? And they're like, yeah. And they're like, okay, we're going to report this then. Like, we can't sit on this. And the command even warned them, like, do you want to go forward with this? Because if you do this, this is going to be, the frag radius of this is going to be huge. And they were like, we don't care. And they even told the command, if you don't do something about him, we're going to go to CNN and we're going to tell them. And so the command, did what they had to do, told NCIS. But then that is where the whole thing took a wild turn as soon as NCIS got involved.
Yeah, I mean, again, the book covers this in a lot of detail, but I'm trying to think where to pick up on that point. Well, you start hearing the rumors that this is happening.
Yeah.
The big significant one I would say is that the house raid is like, must have been like one of those moments for you, like where it's like really hit at home that this is going to be something big at that point.
Yeah, I think that was the, while these rumors were flying around, or like these guys were trying to do this smear campaign on me, and I would hear it. Guys would come up to me like, dude, these guys are saying this and that. And some of it was just ridiculous. And I was like, dude, none of that's true. And I would have a conversation like, okay, I'll tell you, ask me, and I would tell you the truth about what happened or talk about it. Andrea and I were not like paying attention to these rumors. I mean, it was definitely bothering, it's obviously naturally bothered me. But I was just like, hey, I'm going to focus on my job. And, I was told I was being put under investigation. And even that, I was like, well, I don't even know what does that mean? I've never been under investigation, at all before outside of a combat zone. I mean, what do I do? And then nobody would help me. They were like, you're on your own. And so I continued on. Like, nobody was really like messing with me, but they weren't messing, I didn't have anything to do. They sort of just shunned me into an office. So it was kind of weird. And and then when that house raid happened, that's when I was like, okay, this thing is out of control. But again, nobody would talk to me about it. I went to the command the next day, like, why did this happen? Why did my kids get pulled out at gunpoint? The master chief, the command master, or the group one master chief at the time, Steve Ward, he's like, you can go talk to a chaplain. And that was it. That was the only advice I got. So that is like that was like sort of like the beginning of like, okay, I didn't fully understand what was happening yet, because I could not fathom the fact, like I couldn't even comprehend that the institution that I had served, like for so long, given everything to, would just decide to fuck this guy and we're gonna, hang him out to dry big time. I didn't believe that could happen. Even after the raid, I was sort of like, okay, somebody's got adult has to come in here and explain logically what's going on, or like why these decisions are being made. Nope, nobody would do it. And then, it went on like that for a little bit. I moved my family down here to Florida and then went back. And then that's when I went to a TBI clinic to get checked up, because I was planning on retiring. So I was like, hey, I want head to toe assessment. And that's where they came and arrested me out of there on September 11th and threw me in the brig, which is military prison.
Yeah, how would you describe that moment? So was a TBI clinic, was that a setup at all? Like booking the appointments on, like, to go out there and arrest you there, or was that not? It's just unrelated. That's just where you were at the time.
No, it was set up that way. Yeah. On that day. Yeah.
Right.
And you wouldn't think so. You almost sound like a conspiracy theorist, like, oh, they did it on this day on purpose, and because you're like, nobody's that like evil or like, but it was. I mean, because that was like the first time something like that happened, and then from there, after I got thrown in prison, it was all about doing things to me to try and make me snap. And I guarantee you, I know it. They came and got me on September 11th because they know that's a big day for all of us. That's why we have been fighting, and that's why I've been doing everything we've been doing, what we believe in. And then they came and arrested me thinking I was going to like throw some kind of fit. And then, which I didn't. I went, I was like, in my mind, I'm like, dude, this is a mistake. Like, this is insane. I'll get out. I was like, I didn't even think I was going to get processed into prison. I was like, they're going to take me down there and be like, okay, this guy hasn't done anything. That did not happen. I got thrown in solitary confinement right away. And then I spent the next 9.5 months in military prison.
So there's tons of things they did that were like not following protocol. Like, you didn't get sent there with, like basic stuff like toothbrush, like clothes, not like all this kind of stuff they'd not done. And then when you arrive, they lock down the whole place. Yes. When they move you in there, handcuffed up, like the whole prison's like it's not a typical way they'd bring somebody in. What's going through your head when they're doing that kind of stuff?
This is like, what is going on? Like, this is a mistake. But then also, this is happening. So I think at the time, like, trying to just wrap my head around, like, oh, okay, let's figure this out. And it wasn't. I mean, I think the first 4 days I was in there, I was like, okay, I'm getting out. I'm going to think of ways to get out, or like, this is, calling my lawyer. But then once it was like, no, dude, you ain't leaving until your trial, and we don't know when that's going to be. That's when I knew. I was like, okay, I'm in here for the long haul.
Some people seemed like they were in on it, trying to frame you as this crazy guy. And then there was some who genuinely looked scared of you, like they weren't in on it, and like some of the guards like thought that you were this crazed killer. Yeah.
So I mean, the narrative, and I knew this after I'd been in there. They knew I was coming a week out, They had been told like, hey, and there was another SEAL in there who I became buddies with that actually, or I was already buddies with, but he told me like, hey, they announced a week ago that you were coming and that you're this big threat. So it was already like that narrative was passed around. So yeah, I was treated like, I was going to do something. They had me, handcuffed legs and my legs and, arms or wrists, walking around. But then I think after a while, some of the guards, were like, because I was professional when I was in there. I was not, no attitude. I was just literally just trying to figure out how to get out of this. But even with those guards, I wasn't mouthing off, or, I acted how I always acted. And so I think a couple of them are like, this doesn't add up. And they would come and tell me like, hey, your command and NCIS is briefing us on every Monday to make you snap, to do things to you. So I at that point, I'm glad they told me that, because then it was a game. It was like, okay, I'm not going to give you the satisfaction of like emotionally breaking or doing something that you can point the finger at.
How would you describe the brig, and like what's why does it exist in the first place?
So, the brig is a military prison. It exists because people in the military do break the law, and the military has its own justice system, which is the Uniform Code of Military Justice. It's really designed, it was designed to protect troops from getting prosecuted on the outside of the military, where they would probably get screwed. So they're like, hey, we'll take care of our own and prosecute them inside the military. Unfortunately, it has become a money-making, just corrupt process that is all about the prosecution rate and making rank for these JAGs, how many people they can prosecute. But then also the prison system itself is a money-making machine. So you go in there, you have to pay money, ridiculous amounts of money, just to use the phone, or like, hey, I need toothpaste. Well, that's going to cost you, babe. You better pay us this. And it's just another system that's, it's a plea bargain factory as well. So it's like most of the guys in there plead out because they put you in there, they threaten you. They're like, well, we're going to give you 50 years for some bullshit charge. But these young kids that go in there don't know any better. And they're like, so they let them sit on that for a couple of days. Like, dude, you're getting 50 years, you're screwed. And then they'll come back and be like, listen, you plead guilty, I can give you 5 months. And most guys will plead. And so that's a win for the prosecution. It's just another case and most of these dudes are innocent, but they just don't have the money to pay for a good lawyer. They don't have people looking out for them. They don't have people advising them. And they'll also, like, if they're married, if you do decide to fight back or be like, no, I want to go to trial, guess what they'll do? Cool. Now we're going to drain your bank account. Now we're going to put extra amount of stress on you and your family. We're going to turn your family against you. So that way you're forced to plead out.
Do you know what the plea rate is?
I don't. I know off the top of my head. I couldn't give you that percentage.
Should ask Andrea.
She might, yeah. But being in there, most dudes plead.
Yeah. Wow. Okay. So, and then just for context, how much did you guys end up spending on legal defense?
That's a question for Andrea too, but
I think you listed, I'm sure you said something in the book, it was like close to $500,000 or something.
Yes, it had to be, yeah. I didn't want to make up a number, but yeah.
Maybe I'll put it up on screen factually, I'll get it confirmed, but
yeah, it was a lot of money. It was money that we didn't have or couldn't afford.
Like a lot of fundraising, a lot of organizations were helping you, right, to get that. That wasn't like out of bank accounts, I say.
Heck no, dude. And no, so we had the Navy SEALs Fund, who's Rachel and Drago Jazarian. They started raising money for our legal defense and for the family. But I don't know if Andrea probably went over some of this, but I had gotten some lawyers through a friend who was also being charged with war crimes. And he was like, hey, these lawyers, they work for a nonprofit called United American Patriots. They'll represent you for free. This is what they do. So I was like, okay. And again, I've never been through this process. So I called them and they were like, oh yeah, if something happens, we'll take the case. You won't pay a dime. Signed the whole thing, like no charges. This is what we do. And the fact of the matter is they weren't looking to get me free or get me off or get justice for me. They use me as a money-making tool. They take my face, they put it on their site. Oh, justice for this warrior. About 5% of the money that they raise might go back to the family or to the legal defense. And they just churned the bill. So those lawyers were just churning the bill. They were not representing me properly. They were threatening me. I was asking for a speedy trial the whole time. They wanted to push it out. This is after I had been in for about 7 months. They were wanting to push it out another year. And I was like, no, I've been asking for a speedy trial this whole time. And they were like, no, it's because they wanted another year of just making money and churning. And they don't give a shit about you or what you're going through. They were threatening Andrea, telling her to stop. Like, she was out there fighting for me through social media and going on these, they were telling her to stop doing that. So they had no interest in representing me or getting, doing what was right. They were corrupt, and I ended up firing that legal team probably like a month and a half before my trial and getting a whole new legal team.
Wow. Okay. I want to dive into that. I just wanted to give context to what your day-to-day life is. We're sat here today, you've had a serious injury on your knee. We're still going down the street, you're still working out, you're still trying to get it in. So I'm guessing it was no different in the brig. Like, how was you working out, diet, all that kind of stuff? Like, what was the...
Working out was still there. I actually would get in trouble for working out all the time. So I would wake up in the morning, you're in your cell. They would buzz the door. They wake you up, and I forget the time, like 6 a.m. maybe, or 5:30 a.m. And then you weren't even allowed out of your door until like a half hour later. So I would get up, knock out 150 burpees. Like, before, I would try to get it done before that door buzzed. And then, throughout the day, I would just do push-ups or whatever. But then you get 1 hour of outside time, but the hours was at night. So we'd go out to the yard at 7 at night, and you get like at least 45 minutes out there. So I had started a little workout group with some of the other prisoners. And so we would go out there and do workouts. And then, I established a routine. The big thing is, like, the Marine Corps taught me and the teams is, like, adapt and overcome. So when I was in there and I knew I wasn't getting out anytime soon, I was like, okay, this is the situation I'm in. What can I do right now to make my circumstances better? Just like I talked about this morning, I can either become a victim of my circumstances, sitting here, feel sorry for myself in the cell, like most guys do in there, believe me. They get drugged up. That place will give you any drugs you want. Most of the guys are medicated in there. I was like, you can either fall into that, or I can master my circumstances and make keep pushing forward. But not only that, but like be an example for these other younger kids that are in here, which I did. I would try and mentor some of them. Some of them are wayward. They're in there for a reason, but they're kids. These kids are like, if they didn't raise their right hand to join this country and serve it, and then they went to college, and like some of them are in there for failing a drug test for marijuana. If they went to college and did that, they wouldn't be anything. But because they raised their right hand, made a mistake, now they're felons for life, because that's what happens. So I would, try and instill some stuff into them. And then, I read a lot. But yeah, it's that whole ecosystem in there is different as well. So you got to find ways to like survive, or not like, I'm not like meaning like survive like you were dying every day, but like, hey, you ain't getting fed. You're not a real prisoner. I was a pretrial prisoner. So when other prisoners are serving you, they know that. And they're like, you're not a real prisoner yet until you get found guilty at trial. So you're only getting quarter portion. And so I'd find ways. I'd sneak dip. I had a couple guards running a little operation for me. And so like I would sneak dip to those guys to give me double portions. And then I would share those double portions with some of the other prisoners that weren't getting them. So we had a saying in there, everybody eats. If you were in my tight circle in that prison, which was only like 3 guys really, we looked out for each other.
Damn. So you was managing to get enough like protein, food, and like to still be able to stay in shape and all that kind of stuff. Like, did you?
No, I lost a lot of weight. Oh yeah. I was pretty skinny. Like, you know, I mean, I still like try to maintain shape, but yeah, you're not getting the nutrients or anything. You need to be like, oh, I'm getting better, you know. But it was more just mental for me. I was like, I need to stay on this path to keep my sanity, to keep a routine, keep a regimen, be disciplined no matter what, even if I'm in here.
Okay. I mean, when did you start to notice a difference, or not notice a difference, but like when did you start to notice how much Andrea was fighting back home? Like, was you getting word of that straight away? Is that something that she was like, hey, I'm doing this, like this is what's happening?
So yeah, I think I mean, over the phone, on the 15 minutes I got to talk to her, she would be like, hey, I'm doing this and this. You know, she told me she wrote a letter to the command, being like, hey, what is going on? Like, why is this happening? And then got no response. Of course, they shunned her. And I think from there, when she would explain things to me over the phone, but it wasn't like, I couldn't comprehend like everything she was doing. You know, just being where I was, you know, I was dealing with my own shit also. Like we were living two completely different lives, but with the same goal, which was like, get me out. Right. So it wasn't until, I mean, I knew she was doing things and I would hear certain things, you know, some of the guards would be like, dude, I heard your brother was on the radio talking about you. And I'm like, okay, you know, but then it wasn't until I saw her on the news one time where I was like, holy shit. Like, okay, she's on Fox. And that's when it started building up and they started doing these like fundraising events or like these get-togethers in San Diego, garnering more attention. You know, the whole the t-shirts that were made and the sweatshirts, I guess I didn't understand how big it was getting on the outside, but I knew like they were fighting for me, you know what I mean? But just being in there, I could not conceive like how big it was getting. But I think it wasn't until my first court appearance when I was like, okay, this is when all the media outlets are out there. I pull up and I'm hanging there filming me. I was like, okay, yep, this is way bigger than I thought.
You were told early on when arriving that no one gets out of here and a lot of these guys aren't even guilty. Did that shock you at the time?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it shocked me when I saw it like happen in front of me, you know, so like a good example is like I had a kid that got drunk out in town, and then NCIS, you know, came and looked in his laptop and saw that he had Googled Russia, and they were like, well, you're selling secrets to Russia with no other evidence. So they charged him with espionage. And this poor kid's in there with us, and he's like, I'm getting charged with espionage, but I was in trouble for drinking and out, you know, in public or whatever that was. And that, I mean, when you start seeing the system start working against kids like that, I mean, they were doing it to me as well, but yeah, it just shocked me how evil people can be, like just because they're in positions of power and have authority, and how they sway that power and authority and they use it for evil purposes to further their careers. That sort of shocked me, because I really didn't think people could be like real pieces of shit like that. Especially ones that were in the military, like that we're all supposed to be on the same team.
How did the prison itself change like once you'd arrived? Because you said like there was a few different rule changes, system changes, like what happened after you'd arrived.
Well, they called it the Gallagher rules. So pretty much anything that I did, they would make it a rule. So like I talked about, I would get in trouble for working out. It's like, hey, you can't do push-ups in your cell anymore. You can't do burpees in your cell anymore. So like I would take my blouse off, like my top off when we were watching TV, which everybody did when I got there. But then the second I started doing it, nope, blouses can't come off anymore. I would get, you know, strip searched all the time, like randomly. And then I'm sure there's a couple other things I can't think of, but yeah, like anything I did, they would make a rule about. And be like, now nobody can do it.
The strip searching and all that kind of stuff, like, how do you get your head around that? Like the idea of like, I mean, they're trying to take your dignity away from you, like constantly in control of your body even. Yeah. Like, how did you get your head around that, like, and stay cool?
Well, one, God. God got me through all that, and he's the only reason I kept my head cool and like did not blow up. But also, the same way I look at, I looked at like then and even now, with some of the guys that's, you know, some of these officers or senior enlisted that still want to talk trash or like, you know, try to demonize me. No different than the guards that were in that prison who were strip searching me and abusing their power. I don't have any respect for them to begin with. So you're not going to like break me in some way or like make me flip out, like, because I have no respect for you. Like, you're not somebody that I admire or respect or look up to. And that, I think, if once you start looking at it that way, I'm like, dude, what a little peon you are to be doing this to me. And then I'm like, okay, I can wrap my head around that and be cool. And it's the same way I used to feel about these SEALs, these senior enlisted SEALs or these officers. They aren't real SEALs to me. They're freaking tourists, or they're not part of the brotherhood that I am considering myself to be a part of. So therefore, the things that they say about me don't matter because they haven't put in the work that I have. They haven't done the dirt that I have or my brothers have. Like, they've earned their spot by doing exactly what they're doing to me right now, by climbing on the backs of dudes who have actually done the job and keeping them down so they can elevate themselves.
So, I mean, amazing that you found that faith, like amazing, or reconnect with your faith in there as well. You've got Andrea fighting for you back home. How, at what point was there hope, like that you might see this through, like you might be able to, was there a moment, like I know obviously the Trump tweet was a big part of it and like there's a lot of things that are going off, but for you, was there a moment where you're like, actually, no, I think we're going to be able to see this through?
I think when Trump tweeted, to release me, but then I wasn't released and I was just thrown into another situation in a barracks room where I couldn't leave. I knew that, I knew we were going to trial. I knew that I had the right team. I fired that illegal team. I knew I had this all-star team. I knew that we had the truth on our side. But I knew the system. What else I knew is I knew the system was corrupt. I knew that it was unfair and unjust. So I always had it in the back of my mind, like there's a possibility that I'm going to go away for life. And I had to mentally prepare myself for that because, and Andrea, God bless her, and she is the strongest individual that I know. I mean, she was full on like, nope, this isn't happening. Which I'm glad she had that attitude. And I was like, that's also what helped me get through. But for my own, my own mental state, and like, I had to at least prepare myself mentally that I could be going away for life, because I had heard too many stories. I had talked to too many prisoners where they were like, dude, it was in the bag. I was innocent. Like, my lawyer was like, there's no way. And then guilty. And like, with no evidence, no nothing. And so I knew that was a possibility. I also knew my case had become so publicized. I was being tried by the media already. I knew that the jury could easily be tampered just because they're watching what's being put out on the news. I knew that if I had officers on my jury, that they're going to vote against me because they're institutionalists. There was a lot of things that I was like, dude, this, even though we are in the right and the truth's on our side, I know that it is a possibility that I'm going to go away. So even though I mean, that didn't sway me though. It wasn't like I was going in like, oh, I was confident we were going to win, but at the same time I had that piece of me like, I'm ready. If they come and take me away after this verdict.
Did you know the plea deal? Like, would you have known the plea deal prior to that?
They came to me multiple times.
I mean, you're accepting life in prison at one point, and then they bring you, like, what was the softest plea deal they brought you?
I think it was plead guilty and we'll give you, first it started off 60 years. I was like, go fuck yourself. Each time I told them the same answer, but then it was like, the closer we were getting to trial, it was like, hey, they're offering something. And at that point, I was like, I don't want to hear it. I'm not pleading out no matter what. I mean, it even came to a point that the rumor was, or there was a possibility that Trump was going to pardon me before I went to trial. And both Andrea and I were like, no, we don't want it. Like, not that we were like, no, we don't, but we actually, because it was told to us, and we're like, well, what happens if we don't want it? Like, what do we tell the president? Because we were both like, no, we're standing on the truth, and we're going to trial, and we're going to face those accusers, and we're going to put those accusers on the stand. We know the actual truth here. And so, and I also didn't like, I was like, a pardon is, you're guilty. You're like, it doesn't, yeah, you're pardoned, but you're guilty. And I knew, I was like, I'm not guilty of anything. And so the plea deals, I mean, from the get-go, I was like, I'm not taking a plea deal.
For you, it was a point of like morally clearing yourself and like showing that, you know.
Not only morally clearing myself, what this turned into was bigger than me. It was bigger than, this was like, dude, if they had found me guilty and put me away and won, it wouldn't have stopped at me. They would have started going after all my brothers because they were already doing that. They were already trying to dig in and like, who else can we charge? Let's go back to all these deployments and let's find out what else. And they were making up shit during, the whole process too. I would hear like, oh, we heard on one of his deployments and these friends, and like, let's go investigate that. So me and Andrea looked at it as like, this is bigger than us. And if we give up, if we don't put up a fight to the very end, then they're going to go do this again to somebody else, and to somebody else that gave everything. And so like, that's the way we looked at it. It wasn't, I mean, yes, obviously I wanted to go home. I wanted to go be home with my wife and kids. And that was like the big fight. But the grand overall arching theme was like, if we give up, then we are giving up on everybody, all my brothers.
Wow. Okay. So then, you guys, you go to trial. There was an interesting moment for me, I thought, in the book. Again, like, people can find all the details there, but the prosecutors felt that they had like although there's whispers of a smoking gun out there of this video that was surrounding this ISIS fighter. And then it went against them in the end. Oh,
yeah, it backfired on them. I mean, they had this video that they were using as a sword. So nobody could watch it. It was, they put a gag order on everything. And so they were like telling everybody though, like, there's a video, it shows he did it. It's him doing it. That was the rumor that was passed around. That was, the prosecutors were telling everybody that. The Admiral Green, Commander Rosenblum were going around to each team telling everybody that they had seen the video and that I did everything, that I was guilty. And we were combating this the whole time because we'd obviously seen the video. I'm like, I'm not doing anything. And so we finally got the judge, this was right before trial, we got granted permission to show the video to members of Congress. And so my lawyer, Tim, had a meeting up at the Capitol and got like, here's the video. And then, dude, congressmen were walking out of there pissed. Like, I was lied to. Like, that doesn't show what I was told. That shows him trying to save the ISIS dude. So yeah, that backfired on him pretty good. And they couldn't, at that point, it didn't matter at that point because the narrative had been so driven by the media that even when we were coming out with stuff like, hey, this isn't true, it was like the media was just like, no, we don't care about that. We want you to be, the media wanted me to be persecuted or prosecuted. It was evident.
Yeah, so then, we spoke about this day, you were like used as like a political pawn at that point. And how was that, being wrapped up in all of that?
It was different. It was, it was definitely a look into how divided our country was, and then a look into politics, which I had never paid any mind to, and just how dirty and nasty it is. But
could you see the news? Like, did you manage to see the news?
All we were allowed to watch was CNN and in our Gen Pop. And then if we had a cool guard, we'd be like, hey, switch it to Fox. Or if I knew that Andrea was going to be on, I had a couple guards do this because we were on California time. So I'd get up at 3:30 a.m. knowing like she was going to be on, and I could see. I had a little sliver window, and I was all the way to the back of the pod. But if I cranked my head, I could just see the TV enough. And a couple of times I had a guard like, "Hey man, can you switch to Fox at this?" And they would, and I couldn't hear what she was saying, but I could just see her face on there, and I was like, "Okay, that's awesome." But I mean, as far as the political thing, like. I'm like grateful. I'm always grateful that Trump intervened in the ways that he did. I don't know what would have happened if he didn't, because I was not. I didn't have any right. All my rights were being violated when I was locked up. And you know the deck is stacked against you. So he saw that and he was like, "Hey, let him out so he can properly defend himself." At the same time, though, because he did that, then the left or whatever was then like, definitely screw this guy. They hated me even more then. But also I learned that even on the right, it's like there are some people that cared and that were like legitimately, but then the rest of them, you're just being used. You're being used by them as well. They're like, oh, this, you know, Navy SEAL hero, blah, blah, blah. And they do it to like garner, you know, clicks and whatever else, and they, you know, maybe some of them do believe, and they think that, you know, they're appreciative of the service, but I think a lot of it is all theater to gain, you know, whatever. I don't know. It's just all of it's just gross to me, and that so I saw both sides that I didn't like, even though I'm grateful for what Trump did, and I voted for him then. I voted for him this time, and like I'm a fan of his, but at the same time, I'm not I never was a political person, so it was eye opening when all that stuff was going on.
Then it comes to trial. Like, what's that? You know, it's again details. All the details are in the book. That's the best way to put it. But I think it's if people really want to read up on it, that's where they could go to. But when the not guilty comes in for those charges, what's that like? That moment like?
That was probably one of the scariest moments of my life. Just it's hard to explain what that feels like, because that is like your life's on the line. Like, am I going away for life without parole or am I not? And yeah, when the jury comes back in, I mean, they took about a day and a half, I think, to deliberate.
Was that good that they took longer, or was it seen as a good sign or a bad sign?
To me, it was like I'm like, dude, it's pretty evident, like these guys, because all those guys, like Craig Miller and Tolbert, all of them got caught lying on the stand, like clear as day. Like, dude, this guy's lying. Here it is. So to me, I was like, okay, this should be cut and dry, but the longer it takes, then you're like, well, what is going on? But I think it took about a day and a half, and then going in for that verdict, and you pretty much, I mean, there's nothing like a build up, or like they're just like, all right, stand at attention. You're at attention. You're just staring right in front of you, and then you got the jury reading off the verdict. But then they don't do it as like, hey, premeditated murder, not guilty, murder, not guilty. It's like charge 7 dash whatever, and so you don't know. And they were going not guilty, not guilty, not guilty. And then it was like guilty, and then not guilty. So I was found guilty of posing with a dead corpse. That was it. But you didn't know that because they weren't read off like that. And it wasn't until my lawyer grabbed me and was like, dude, it's the picture. And I was like, thank God. But I I mean, when those were being read off, when that whole thing was happening, I mean, my heart, everything was like, and you're just staring. I was staring straight ahead. Both my lawyers were like, dude, you could feel the energy radiating off of you. Like, it was insane. And then once they were all read off, I mean, it was like the whole courtroom, like Andrea was screaming, crying. And then all my friends came in, like a bunch of team guys came in. They were crying, hugging me. So it was like it was an epic moment that was just like, holy cow. Like, like what I thought it was over, but it wasn't.
Why wasn't it at that point?
Oh, because the Navy doesn't like to lose. And officers don't like to be called out on their bad decisions and mistakes, and especially when you prove them. And so they doubled down and tried to come after me even harder. I got found guilty of that picture. So they threw the book at me for that. They tried to sentence me to, it was like 5 or 6 months in prison for taking. Now, granted, like, you think about this. People have been posing with dead corpses since the camera was taken in wartime environments. I think I'm the only other person that's ever been charged in a court martial for that. And then they tried to throw me in, but luckily I had already served that. So I had already served 9.5 months. So that was off the table. Then they're like, well, we want to take his rank down to E1. So it would be like I never even enlisted in the Navy. I would not get they didn't want me to get my retirement. They didn't want me to get my disability. That is like how, like, just childish, and they were so angry that they lost that they wanted to screw me as like much as they could. That's how petty, and the pettiness continued all the way until I got my retirement ID and got out. But I was being messed with for the next 6 to 7 months.
So you didn't get your you didn't get the like sunset finish that we were talking about yesterday straight away. It took a while to.
No, there was no sunset finish. There was no like. I mean, yes, winning that trial, that was like epic. Just the amount of work that Andrea, my brother, the whole team had like put in. It was a victory. But if I'm to be honest, it was their victory. To me, I was grateful. I was like, dude, I'm not facing life without parole anymore. But then my whole life, like everything that I'd done for 20 years is gone. Like, and not just gone. It's like I was betrayed to a certain level that, I mean, it did like some emotional, like, I guess, damage, like, to me, because I couldn't process it properly. I still was just like, I cannot believe that you guys would do this to me. So, and then they continue to do that to me, is what I'm talking about. Like, even after the trial, I went back to work and was like, dude, I'm ready to go back to work. And they were like, no, like, we're gonna take your trident. Now we're taking your retirement. Like, there was no like, hey man, we're glad you made it. Like, that had to be tough. No, they were like, fuck you. And so that was hard to deal with. And then, getting my retirement ID, I remember that day I got it, and I sat in my car and looked at it, and I bawled for like hard for 10 minutes, because it was just like this, that's it. Like, my whole identity, my purpose, everything I had given for, it's over. And I'm not leaving on my own terms. But at the same time, it was like, I'm glad it was over. And I was like, I'm going home to my family, and that's what matters. So I had to, there was, the transition out of the military was rough for a little bit.
Seeing United States versus Eddie Gallagher on that paper, when you initially saw that, what did that feel like?
It was seeing, the United States versus Eddie Gallagher was like, you can't really like comprehend it. At first, you're just like, okay, the United States, like the country that I've been serving, the country that I love, the country that I would give my life for, my friends have died for, and now you're coming after me for doing what you asked me to do, to go kill terrorists. That's what you're coming after me for. It just didn't make sense to me. So it was kind of, it was overwhelming to see that. And then once you feel the complete force of the United States coming down on you when they have everything at their disposal, like, and you don't have the money to, like, we don't make enough money to fight against a entity like the United States government. They have everything at their disposal and they use it. And they do whatever in their power to drain you, to drain your bank account, to, like I talked about before. It's an unfair system, and it's run by corrupt people.
How much anger did you have at that point? You know, like being, one, you weren't paid enough for what you do, but you know, it's a job that you chose to do, but like, you know, you weren't paid enough, and I'm sure you never had it, or you never like vocalized that prior to that, to all of this kicking off. But then afterwards, that situation put you in a position where you didn't have enough money to back yourself, and the country that you'd fought for is standing on your neck at that point. Like, I mean, what's that feel like?
The ultimate form of betrayal. I don't, it's very hard to put into words like what that feels like, and it's very hard to try to just describe it to someone that hasn't gone through it. But yeah, it is, the way that, like, the best analogy I could probably give, I don't know, is being married to the love of your life for 30 years, and then that spouse is like, I'm leaving you, I'm taking everything, and I'm now with this person. And you've given everything to this person for 30 to 40 years, and then you're just, it's like heartbreak. You know what I mean? Your heart's broken. You're like, dude, I've given everything to you, and now you're leaving me on my own with nothing. And so that, it's kind of similar to that. Like, yeah, you're hurt, and obviously I was very angry, but anger is a secondary emotion to what? Sadness, heartbreak. So that's what I was really feeling. But anger was the only emotion that I knew for so long. So that's how it came out. And I had right. I will still say I had a right to be angry.
Yeah, no, 100%. So you're in the brig, that anger, you're probably feeling that anger throughout. You get out and you're cleared. Where does that anger go at that point? Like, was it there? That's
a good question. Yeah. It stayed in me. It resonated in me. I brought it home. I tried to, I thought I was good. A typical team. Yeah, I'm good. Guys were like, hey man, that was a lot. I'm like, I'm good. As a matter of fact, I thought I was better off than most people. I was like, you know what? I won't have this problem because they betrayed me. So I shouldn't have this, like, oh, I'm out, it's good. I'm glad I'm out. But it did not happen like that. I came back, it consumed me. It consumed every thought that I would have during the day. I could not do anything without having that, like, things come up. I'd sit in the shower, just stewing in my own head. And I thought I was doing a good job. I was like, I'm not, having angry outbursts or screaming or whatever, but it wasn't, my daughter, it wasn't until my daughter, I walked into her room one time and she's just like, I don't want to be around you. And I was like, why? She's like, you're miserable. And I was. And she's like, you're just not, I don't want to be around you. And that's when I knew, I was like, I have to fix something. And so I started, looking into different treatments and how to, like, get through what I was going through at the time. And, it took some time. It took about a couple of years of, and I talked, doing some talk therapy. I talked to somebody once a week, that was hard to do for a little bit. But then, I did psychedelic treatments. I did Ibogaine. I did probably 4 or 5 other treatments, that they offer. And they all help me in some form or fashion. They push you in the right direction. But at the end of the day, man, there's nothing that works better than going to God I get into my Bible, reading my Bible. That is the only treatment, and I stand by that. That will work for the long term. Everything else is like short little things. Like, hey, push you in the right direction, but you have to do the work. This drug can't do it for you, or these, this treatment can't do it for you. This therapist can't do it for you. You have to do it yourself.
Through that process, have you managed to be able to feel forgiveness for what happened?
Yeah, I would. Well, it's always a good question, right? What is forgiveness? I guess forgive but don't forget, right? I've moved. I've moved on. I'm doing that happened, and I'm like, I don't want to stew on it. I don't, I no longer like think back. I'm like, but I don't forget either. Like, I know the names. I know the people, and there's plenty of people that were doing stuff to me that they don't even know that I know. And so I know, and so that's why I'm like, I don't forget, but yeah, I forgive. I've moved on from that. People make wrong decisions in their lives. They make bad decisions. And I think there's some people that come around and realize they did that, and they make amends for it in however way they do, but nobody's perfect. And at the same time, like, I know that there are actions taken in the community that those people probably wouldn't take those same actions if they were outside of the community and not inside it, right? There's a lot of peer pressure to make certain moves and make certain calls, and I'll take that into account, but I don't forget. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Would the situation have been different if Andrea hadn't have been there fighting in your corner, do you think?
I'd be in prison. Hands down. Yeah. The only reason I'm here is my wife. And my brother. Both of them. I think a lot of people, and like we talked about before, give Trump, like what Trump did was huge. Trump wouldn't have got involved. None of that would have happened without my wife. What she did is, I'm still like amazed, like to this day. I can't wrap my head around all the things that she did for me, and she was still raising 3 children back here. I mean, the level of like just grit and determination and love that she had for me is like, it's too big to like take it all in sometimes. But yeah, dude, I wouldn't be here.
Oh man, I do look at you and think you're so lucky, to, I think everyone would aspire to have that kind of love, from somebody who would fight for them that much. That's something to aspire to for sure.
Yeah, she's a diamond in the rough, man. She's one in a trillion. I don't know. Like, and that's, I mean, I've always known that, like, I've been obsessed with her since we were in high school. She is like she's my dream girl. Like, and I got to marry my dream girl, and I knew just how amazing she was, but to have this happen, is kind of a blessing too, because it gave her the opportunity to show the world just like how incredible she is. And she is. She's freaking, there's no words, man. That's she's my freaking best friend, my soulmate. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I see it, man. I see it. When did you guys go, we need to help other people? Like, at what point did you recognize it wasn't just you?
Very early on, I think. So I would talk to her on the phone when I was locked in there, and I would tell her like exactly what I was seeing. I'm like, these kids are getting screwed over, and it was actually before trial. We decided like, hey, when we get through this, we need to do something. This, like her saying was like, dude, if this can happen to us, this can happen to you. And what we realized during that whole fight is like, the only rights that you have are the ones that you can afford. So most people in the military don't make enough money to afford a good lawyer. And we were like, okay, we took the idea from that corrupt nonprofit, because I think that nonprofit started off as a good thing and got just completely corrupt. We're like, okay, we are going to start that model, but we are not going to involve, we won't have lawyers. You have to get your own lawyer, but we will support you. And we will, we raise money through legal defense, give emergency relief aid to that time because of how stressful it is, and we will advocate for you. We use the guide, the roadmap that my wife, Andrea, and Sean, my brother, laid out on how to defeat the system, how to defeat the government. And so, because we were victorious, and what's funny, man, is like when we got through it and we were victorious, I don't know how many people were like, dude, just go away. You're lucky. Just go off into wherever, the blackness. And it's like, no, like we just defeated this system. We owe it to others to do the same for them. That's what you do. I mean, when you overcome an adversity, an obstacle, it doesn't matter what it is. You should be using the things that you did to overcome that adversity and obstacle for others to overcome that same obstacle, because there's other people out there that are facing the same thing. And they're helpless and they don't know what to do. And if you know what to do, what good are you by keeping it to yourself, right? So we decided we need to help others in this situation. And so before my trial, we had already sort of had the idea of starting the Pipe Hitter Foundation. We're like, this is what we're going to do. And then after the trial, not too long after when I got out, we got it started and got to work. And, we had an amazing board. Most of the board members are all people that were involved in my case in some form or fashion. We had law enforcement and other SEALs on there. Bernie Carrick was an advisor. But that's, and that's the biggest one of the biggest blessings out of all this is, people ask like, oh, do you regret or have anything? I'm like, no, everything happened exactly the way it was supposed to happen. Even all the stuff that we went through, because we would not be here today helping others. I'm having more of an effect now than I did when I was in. Mm. And that's God's plan, right? And, the big thing and what I really like about our foundation, man, is not just that we have this guide and this roadmap that Andrea and my brother had created, which we give to those individuals. We're like, hey, here it is. This is what we're going to do. It's the level of mentorship that we're able to give, because it's not an easy road, man. Going through something like that, going against a corrupt system like that, it will attack you. It will beat you down physically, mentally, spiritually, and emotionally. And I don't care, not all humans have all four of those in check all the time, right? There's always some weakness going on there, and they'll find it and they'll exploit it. So we are able to sort of like, hey man, these are the things that you can do to prepare yourself for what's about to come, because it's an emotional roller coaster. And the big thing is when we take people on, we also tell them before they're like, hey, I want to fight back. We're like, okay, but there is no quit. Like once we start this fight, it's an emotional roller coaster. And at times you are going to feel like I can't do this anymore. That's when you stand up the fastest and strongest and be like, nope, I'm not backing down, because that is the one thing that they want you to do is back down, and they'll do everything in their power to make you back down. But if you are strong, if you are mentally strong, spiritually strong, emotionally strong, and physically, because you need to be physically strong to go through that stuff, then yes, we will support you if you're in this fight, because we'll be in it with you to the end.
Do you remember the first case where you're like, you'd helped somebody and did what you'd done for yourself, get yourself that clear charge? Do you remember when that came through?
Well, there's been a couple. One that I remember was a law enforcement officer who had already been charged. It was just a BS deal. He'd been cleared, and then some corrupt DA came back and wanted to charge him again. But his wife was actually going out, and she was a law enforcement officer, and she was speaking out on a podcast, and I heard it. And so she was looking for she's like, this is what's happening. So I ended up reaching out to her, and we started supporting her, and she was awesome. I mean, she was like, no quit. And Andrea was able to pour into her, just like, hey, this is what's going to happen here. These are the things that you need to do. And we ended up, she got her husband back eventually. And it was not an easy road, but to see her not quit and like keep fighting until her husband was back at her house, it's just, it's amazing.
Andrea said 98+% success rate with these people.
Yeah. 98%. So yeah, I guess that's a good number. The thing is, like, there's been a couple where the guy was already locked up and they're like, again, hey, just plead guilty to this. And it's like some misdemeanor charge and we'll let you go home. We'll let you get out of prison. And so like some people take, there's been a couple that have been like, I want to go home to my family. I'm taking this. And again, we're like, okay, that's what you want to do, then do it. But that's not, to us, that's not on the winning percentage. It's like, we want it all the way and to get vindicated of everything. But we also don't judge those people for making those decisions. If that's the decision they want to make, then go ahead. As long as you guys are happy and you're home together. Yeah.
I think we've covered most of it, Eddie. I'm just going to pick up the last little points. In the book, you'd mentioned that the Marine Corps sniper school is considered the best sniper school in the world. What makes it so difficult or so good?
I think it's just the Marine Corps, like I talked about before. Marine Corps sniper school is held in very high regard in the Marine Corps. It's like a 75% attrition rate going through there. They hold a very high standard when it comes to doing that job. And the Marine snipers, which like they don't exist right now because they sort of did away with them, but I think they'll bring them back. I mean, it's ridiculous that they don't. That is your bread and butter. So when you go to a sniper platoon, that's all you do is train as a sniper. Everything that entails being a sniper, field craft and shooting and stalking, and you're doing that all the time. So you are becoming a master at that craft. In the special operations, yes, you can be a sniper, but you are also a breacher, a medic, that you have a bunch of other jobs that, so you're like a jack of all trades, master of none. So that's why I consider, and I know the Marine Corps snipers are the best in the I think, entire military for sure.
What goes into being a sniper? Because I think a lot of us just think great marksmanship and that's it. Like, what else is there to it?
Shooting's the easy part, right? Everything like field craft, mission planning, stalking, observation drills, keeping memory drills, like memorizing everything. Obviously, back then it was, I don't know what they're doing now, but like, call for fire, learning how to do that. You're getting used to operating in a two-man team, going out, behind enemy lines or in the front line, beyond the front lines to gather information and report back. Learning how to report back, learning how to gather information, learning how to pass that information off to the higher ups so they can get a picture of the battle space or what you're looking at. And then at the end of the day, yes, it comes down if you need to take that shot. So you need to be very good. Not pulling the trigger is easy. It's the calling wind, knowing, where to set your dope or what, all that stuff is, that's a little bit, you gotta be a little bit more skilled, but anybody can get behind a scoped rifle if it's doped in and be like, hey, point the reticle at that. Nice steady stow trigger squeeze. Bing. All right, awesome. You hit at 1,000 yards. But it's everything else that entails is what makes a sniper a sniper.
Amongst other snipers, like what's the sort of what was the thing that you guys would talk to each other about? Like if you'd done something impressive, like was it a distance thing? Was it a circumstances thing? Like was there something that was like held in high regard amongst the highly skilled snipers?
I mean, it's always, longest shot.
Longest shot.
Like, yeah, who smoked somebody or at the longest shot, or if they were on the move, or, or just in general, how many people you got. That's always held in high regard. But it's, or just being able to sneak into a position, set up, without getting compromised, and then be able to leave that position without being, knowing anybody you were there, I guess is cool. But honestly, like well into the war, nobody was like, we weren't doing like these covert sniper operations where it's like we're sneaking. It was like, dude, you show up, it's game on, they're shooting at you, and then you're like winging sniper rounds back at them. But I think, obviously body count is always held in high regard, but that doesn't, if the more, like higher your body count or whatever, like you get these kills, you realize pretty quick that doesn't mean anything. It doesn't make you more of a badass or like more of a man or more of like whatever. It's just like, it's part of the job. And yes, you should be wanting to take the enemy off the battlefield, but that doesn't make you any better than another guy that could be just as skilled as you that didn't have the chance to shoot somebody.
Yeah, I mean, with that being said, was there anyone whose name would sort of ring around, like, oh, this guy is like that stood way above everybody else, or was it not?
Well, in the SEAL teams, I mean, obviously they made a movie about Chris Kyle. That was, the legend, I guess, in the teams. But there's plenty of guys
It's not spoken about.
Yeah, that aren't spoken about. There are dudes that have done twice, quadruple as much, that you wouldn't hear, you wouldn't know about it, nor do they want you to know about it.
Yeah.
But yeah, there are guys that take that craft seriously and they really nerd out on it and really focus in on it. I'm talking about in the SEAL teams. But in the Marine Corps, dude, those are the best snipers because that is what they are focused on 24/7. That is their job, to go out and do that.
Wow. Okay. Cool insight. Why do you personally believe in working hard? Like, what's driven your sort of discipline over your life?
I guess because I had an end state of I wanted to be a SEAL, and that sort of started my journey of putting in the work. I knew it wasn't going to be an easy process to do so. So I really buckled down and was like, okay, I wasn't disciplined at all beforehand, right? Like I told you about, I was a misfit in high school. Did whatever I wanted to. The only thing that I did have before I joined was the ability to like, stuff's popping off, let's go. I'll get into it no matter what. But other than that, I needed discipline and all that. So when I put that goal in front of me, like I want to be this SEAL, everything else sort of came into fruition, like my work ethic, everything else, like I was driven. And it's hard to explain where that drive just came out of nowhere, but it did. And hard work pays off. The opportunities that I received in the military, I'm beyond blessed to have them. But the reason I was given those opportunities is because I worked hard, because I proved myself each and every time. If you are not trying to stand out as a hard worker or somebody that gives a shit, then you're not going to be given the opportunities. The military has so many opportunities for you to excel and better yourself, and they're out there, but you have to work hard for them. They won't be nothing is handed to you. Nothing should be handed to you without hard work. I truly believe that, which is why I will continue. Like even now that I'm out and doing stuff, like I think hard work is what keeps you alive. I think people need a purpose, and I especially think men in general need a purpose in order, otherwise they fall apart, right? You see it with guys that transition out of the military. I no longer have a purpose. I don't have the drive anymore. I sit on the couch, and then they go into this spiral, right? But where else do you see that? At the end of people's, their lives, where they retire. Oh, I worked 60 years and now my retirement's that's when you start dying, because it's like you have to have something to work towards at all times. And it doesn't have to be money, something for money. It's goals that you put in front of yourself. Hey, I want to go climb this mountain. That's a goal. Like that will keep you alive. Working hard to get to that end state. Or I want to go do this race. Or it doesn't have to be anything physical, like something. Just give yourself a goal, something, and work hard towards that goal. That's what life's about, and I think that's what keeps people alive, honestly.
So you found this goal, and that sort of defined everything else. Did you break that down at all, or did you just have this big North Star of being a SEAL?
I just had a big North Star of being a SEAL. Like it was like a OJT, on the job learning, right? Like on the job training. I learned as I went, and believe me, if I look back at it now, there are things that I could have done that could have made my path a lot easier to get where I wanted to go. But I'm a very slow learner at some things. I'm a very stubborn person. And, my wife will tell you, if there's an end state and there's two paths, and there's one path that's a little bit easy to get up to it, and there's one path that's super rough and you're probably going to get beat up along the way, I'm taking that path every time. And it doesn't come like out of like, oh, I want it. I just naturally go to that path because I'm like, I want to earn that. And I want to like go through everything to earn that, because at the end of the day, if I take the rough path and I earn it, at least I know that I deserve it.
Do you have your big goal now? Like, do you have something that you're looking at and you're a North Star right now?
Right now, well, this injury, right? So I what was it? 2 weeks ago, I tore my quad completely from my knee. The goal, it's what I was given is 7 months to 12 months to like get back to where I'm at. So to me, that's a challenge. It's like, okay. And the fight is to get back to where I can start training again and actually putting on courses again, because that is, my passion. I love doing it. So right now, that's my North Star, is getting this thing back to normal. And, and that's just, again, giving myself little goals each day, right? Like this morning, we went for a walk down there and back and did a little workout. That, compared to my regular workouts, that was like nothing, but because I have this thing on, and because I understand that I'm only limited, I break my goals down to little miniature goals, right? And that's my purpose and drive for each day. I accomplished that this morning. If I don't accomplish anything else today, at least I did that. It's giving yourself things like that. So when I lay my head on my pillow at night, I know like I accomplished some things today. I might not have changed the world or done something grandiose, but hey, I accomplished this, and this. I can put my head on my pillow. I earned this sleep tonight, and tomorrow I'm going to do the same thing again. Give myself little goals. And then once I'm healed, then I'll get back to my big goals. I don't know what that is. I'll probably put something in front of me, some kind of challenge at some point.
I love it. Last couple here. This was just from outside, actually, talking about humbling yourself. And I think you said that in your around your career and the community, like heroes banded around a lot of people invest in that themselves. And I think, and you said that, we need to humble ourselves sometimes. Is that applicable just to your career, or do you think in general? Or
to my career, to everything. Humility is one of the biggest attributes I think, men from our past career should have. When I was in a leadership position, I would tell guys like that's the one character trait that I want them all to have is humility. Be able to humble yourself at all times, because at the end of the day, we're a naturally cocky, confident, and you want that. You want guys to have some cockiness to them, some confidence to them, but not too much, right? Because then eventually you will be humbled and you won't like it. So I'm really big on like, hey man, if you're wrong, then accept the fact that you're wrong. Like, and it's cut and dry. Don't argue back. Take the criticism, and then learn from it. Do something to change it, right? I think humbleness will get you a lot farther than being arrogant and cocky. But I also think it sets a good example too. It's like, you shouldn't be walking around like you're some kind of big shot, because you're not. Nobody from our community is. Nobody from the special operations community is. You are, the only reason you are a quote unquote badass is because you have a team, because you have surrounded by a bunch of other badasses. That's what makes you a badass. Pluck you out from that group and leave you by yourself, not so much anymore. Yeah, you might have some skills, and you might be levels above the normal person, but you're not as bad as you think you are by yourself. And so what I've learned since I've got out is, you know, and I think I explained this a little bit earlier, you know, when Andrea was fighting for me and she was putting, you know, the story about what was going on, and she was doing all these things, and she was, you know, my husband's a hero, my husband did these things, right? I would never classify myself as a hero, right? If my wife says it, that's okay with me, because if I'm her hero, that's the only person I want to be a hero to, is her and my kids. The rest of the populace, hey, I'm just another I'm just a dude that volunteered to do a job, and I did it to the best of my ability. But what I've seen since I've got out is everybody praises people that join the military, or especially in the special operations community. Oh, they're heroes. You're a hero. You're a hero. It's a watered down term. The real heroes are the ones that are no longer with us, or 6 feet under the ground. They're the ones that gave all, right? There are dudes that did heroic stuff during the war, and believe me, I saw it. I worked with them. There are guys that are given awards for heroism, the Medal of Honor. I'm not taking anything away. Those are heroic acts. But what I find when I get out, when you're calling everybody that joined the service a hero, you are watering that term down. And also I see guys, when they're called that enough, they think they are actually heroes, and they build this character of themselves, and you see them on social media or wherever. They actually think they're big shots, and they don't have the ability to humble themselves, right? It's very easy to get carried away. Like, you know, when I do interviews, sometimes, you know, they'll introduce you, Navy SEAL hero. It's like, no, I'm, you know, and I don't correct them all the time, but sometimes I'm like, listen, man, I'm not a hero. I'm this, and I'm not doing that to be like audacious or like arrogant. I'm doing that for myself, because I don't want to ever think of myself that way. I'm constantly want to be the humble, consummate professional. I'm always trying to get better every day. I'm not a perfect human being. I got flaws, and I got things to work on constantly. So to be called a hero and all that stuff, it just doesn't add up to me. And like I said before, the only people I want to be a hero to are my wife and kids, and, you know, my mom and dad and stuff like that, family. But I do think it's important, especially in this day and age with the society, to really make it an effort to humble yourself each day.
Where would we direct people at the moment? Obviously, we're going to link the book down below and all that kind of stuff, but where's the best place for people to go to like follow up? The Pipe Hitter Foundation, that'll be down below as well, but where would you direct people?
I mean, Instagram, you'll have that on there. The EddieGallagher.com is my website. And then my big thing is pipehitterfoundation.org. That is the whole purpose of telling this story and doing this, is because it leads to that, and the work that we're doing now. So like I'd really like people to, like, you know, take a look at the work that we're doing when you go to that site. Go visit my wife's Instagram page, and then if you're looking for, you know, help houses down here in Florida, she's the one to go to.
A nice area, man.
Oh yeah. She's awesome, just amazing real estate agent. She's crushing it.
Oh, she's giving tours as well of the area.
Yes, yeah, we took you guys on a little one. Yeah. Dude, she's amazing. Yeah.
Yeah, fully recommend it. I mean, we'll link everything down below, and I personally want to say, like, the book is an incredible insight, not just to your story, but to Andrea's story, to your brother's story, to the family as a whole, and how this impacted everybody. It's told in a completely unique and different perspective. And I'm massive on audiobooks. I've never heard anything done like this. Like the way you guys did it was incredible. So if people want to tune in and get your story or the family story, I really, really recommend it. So we'll leave a link down below as well for that. But it's really an interesting listen, the way it's chaptered, the way you chapter with Andrea, and then you chapter that with that final deployment throughout as well. It's just, it's done so well. So
I appreciate that, man. Yeah, that was never written a book before. So, you know, we called a couple people and we're like, but I wanted it to be from us and be authentic and real. And I felt like I'm a big avid movie watcher. Like, I love movies. So I like a lot of those movies that start off like that, like, hey, and then they go back to like the past of like how it came to where they're at right now.
So much depth in it. Yeah.
That's how I wanted to sort of orientate the book to that fashion. And I wanted everybody's perspective. Even my kids have chapters in the book. Because it's not, like I said, it's not about me. This affected everybody. And there's a lot of people that were in the fight, fighting for me. And I wanted them all to have, their own chapter in there and their own words.
Last point, actually, just on that is they can follow up on Instagram for both of you. But is there anything new on the horizon? Like, you've got is the podcast, you still releasing on the podcast?
Yep.
And
so I do a podcast here locally called Shoot Me Straight with my buddy Dave Fields, very successful tech guy. But yeah, we put out an episode a week. It's on every platform. No agenda. We just have on interesting people. My thing is I like having people on that have gone through some kind of adversity in their life and have gotten past that. And so hopefully their stories can resonate with somebody that's going through the same thing and help them out in some kind of fashion.
We're all about that, man. So yeah, that will there as blood. Hey, thank you so much for this.
Oh man, it was awesome.
And yesterday, and if people want to see that, there's going to be a documentary coming out and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, thank you so much, man. That's perfect.
I appreciate you, brother.
Just for people who don't know, just introduce yourself and what you currently do.
So I'm Andrea Gallagher. I'm probably most notably known as the wife of Navy SEAL Eddie Gallagher. Eddie and I met when we were 16 and 17 years old. That was in Fort Wayne, Indiana. We currently reside in the Florida Panhandle, and I do luxury real estate. But yes, we have a long history together, first as best friends, and then we got together later in life and got married when he was just starting out in the SEAL teams. He had just made it through BUDS. And so we've been together now 18 years.
Did you have any experience growing up with military careers? Like, was parents involved in military or anything like that? Like, did you have any experience what that was like?
No, I had no clue about the military. I didn't really have like any military service in my family. My father's an outspoken pacifist. So of course, like, I marry a Navy SEAL sniper. But Eddie was first my best friend. Like I said, we met when we were 16, 17 years old. And then later in life, I was a single mom. I had 2 kids. Eddie had just made it through BUDS and SEAL qualification training. And he kind of wanted to let me know he'd made something of himself and had called me. And we basically reconnected at that time. All the odds stacked against us, and 2 small children freshly out of a divorce wasn't exactly ideal, but he was just getting ready to go join SEAL Team 1 was the team that he was appointed to. That was on a West Coast team. I was at that time in the Midwest in Fort Wayne, Indiana, where I grew up and where Eddie and I met. And so when we reconnected, it was like something out of a movie. Like, stars fell out of the sky, literally. Like, the connection was so strong, but we had always just been best friends. We had never had a full-blown like relationship or dated, but it was almost just this powerful, like a total God thing. I was very protective because my children were very young, and they had at that time a biological father that had exposed them to an affair, another individual. So Eddie came in, and there was a list about a mile long for him. And what I would basically go on to tell him was I was very firm in my faith. When we had met, we were young, we were crazy, we were good friends, but we were like hooligans. And I really went back to my faith and felt firmly that the next person that I chose to be in my life had to have God at the center of that.
Wow. Okay. So take us back to first memories of Eddie. Like, what was that like?
Oh my gosh. Well, we were rascals. We definitely met under interesting circumstances. I think I had snuck out of the house. We met up with a group of friends, and we were probably going to smoke some weed. And I came with a Georgetown Hoya sweatshirt on, pulled over my head, probably some blonde hair hanging out. And Eddie was like, from the first second he saw me, he's like, this girl is like something else, which is probably true. So we just started a friendship, and we became very good friends. Like, the only way I can describe it was I grew up with like a lot of male cousins, and it had that familial feeling of just like that authentic closeness that you only experience, like maybe a handful of times in your life, if you're lucky. And so we bonded, we were close, we were connected, but we were reckless and young and crazy and doing the teenage thing. So just best friends, really.
And then he calls back, like he calls you after all these years. What was that like?
Yeah. So fast forward, we met at 16 and 17, and then we reconnected at like 26 and 27. So we have this 10-year cycle in our life of drama and trauma because the incident happens like when we're about at that same 10-year mark. So that was interesting. My dad and his mom worked together for years. So we kind of kept tabs on each other, even though he was in the military. I was raising 2 kids. And so I got a phone call. It was from my mom. She had indicated that Eddie Gallagher had called. And I think I had just brought in some groceries. The 2 little kids, Trevin and Ava, were like sitting at the counter. They saw the smile come across my face. And they were like, "Who is Eddie Gallagher?" I mean, Ava's teeny. She's like 2.5. Trevin's like 6. So I was like, oh, he was my best friend. And then when they would go on the weekends to stay with their biological dad, that's when Eddie and we would hang out. We had a lot of good friends like on the street that had gotten to know me as like an individual. Because I was a single mom. And so we would hang out and get together, and I would kind of tell them stories, and they didn't know that they were about Eddie. But I was like, this is the type of person I want. Like, I want a person that like authentically loves me, puts me on a pedestal, like appreciates me, treats me the way I should be treated. And that whole time, I don't think I really even uttered like his name. But then he came back around, and they were in shock too. Cause like they witnessed what we had, and the connection was just like undeniable for anyone that was around us, really.
Wow. Okay. So what was the adjustment like to his career? Like was you prepared for that?
So I have no military like family experience. I had no clue what he did. I didn't know what Navy SEALs were. It wasn't something that I had any grasp. I didn't know what special operations was. Like, I was very much in the dark. And, they're taught to be very, he would joke around about it. Like, he's like, oh, I'm a porta potty delivery guy in the military or something. And I was just like, okay, I don't know. And so I knew the military, like, from a very far off perspective. I didn't know what it meant to be in the SEAL teams. I didn't know what that would look like at all. I just knew that I had an opportunity to possibly have a relationship with my best friend, and he happened to be in the military. And I had been in a relationship where I was sitting in the same room with someone and they were a million miles away. So the prospect of being with someone that could possibly deploy and leave me didn't really like faze me, I guess. It was like, at least I'll be with someone that loves me.
Wow. Okay. Because I think it was in the book. It might have been one of your chapters, and you spoke about the divorce rate in the military, and that one of the biggest reasons is because there's like not a non-acceptance of what it actually entails. So was you able to accept that he's going to be away for this amount of time? Like, is that something you were adjusted or ready for?
No, you can never be prepared. And he will say, a lot of people, when they talk about marriage and the military, they're like, oh, well, you knew what you were getting into. And Eddie always says, she had no idea. She had no clue. And I think he probably did that to, like, in a way, we knew that our relationship and connection was strong enough. But I think if he would have prepared me or told me what that was going to look like, and he was just getting into it as well. Like, he was raised a military brat. He has a lot of military, multi-generational military service in his family. He has officers, he has enlisted. Like, he's pretty much one of the only enlisted, but like, he had so much service. Even his, grandmothers served as, nurses in the military. So I was coming from this dynamic where we didn't really look that far into the future. We just trusted that this process and us being back together and that reconnection was for, a time and a season and a purpose. And he quickly proposed before his first deployment. He did that strategically. He felt strongly if something happened to him when he deployed, he wanted to have myself and the children taken care of. So we met in 2006, and then we were married by May of 2007.
So 2007, that was like rough years, really rough years.
Yeah, he basically deployed on and off the entire global war on terror. And so when we connected, that would have been the start of his very first deployments with the SEAL teams and with SEAL Team 1. So he went that first deployment, I believe, to Iraq. I can't even remember, but he was just back and forth, Iraq, Afghanistan, the whole time that we were married.
What's that like being home when that's happening?
It's a very steep learning curve. I'm fiercely independent, so again, I think the experience of being a single mom, raising kids on my own wasn't foreign to me. Having that learning curve of learning the military, learning the op tempo, learning special operations. What a lot of people don't understand is that you're not just deploying. You will have workups, which is like your preseason, up to you're going to classes, schools, trainings all over the country and sometimes out of the country to prepare for going in the theater, which is like your deployments are like your Super Bowl. So it's like you might be gone for 6 to 9 months for a deployment, but then you're gone a lot. And so that was our marriage. That was our life. I learned very quickly to rely on the other women and develop that sisterhood bond. Like that's why the guys have like the brotherhood, and they're his brothers. And that was kind of my, that inaugural time into that community. Learning of like the love that these men have for each other was what gave me peace. I knew that my faith was going to carry me through, but it was also looking at these men in their eyes, and they would tell me like, I will die for him. Like, don't worry, don't be scared. I mean, you can't even fathom, and he's lost some of those people. So they gave their life. But I knew that they would have done that for him.
I mean, that is powerful. So, and then, did you have the same kind of relationship on the other side with the wives? Like, was there a strength of relationship there?
Oh, yeah. I mean, the connection is just forged through this level of grit and determination. And these women, it's like if you look at the Spartan history, they chose the men based off the strength of their wives. So that's the key. Any team guys that made the mistake of picking up a girl at a bar or picking up a girl that's a stripper, they were part of that 120+% divorce rate probably. But we were super fortunate. We had so many amazing families, and his, brothers, their wives became my sisters. Like we would do Bible study together. We would pray together. We would do life together. We would live in these op tempos of the workups and deployments. And we would literally just depend on each other at home, on the home front, raising young children. I mean, we were in a Bible study, and I would say over half of us had babies at the same time. It was just like you're in this community being forged through a tremendous amount of stress. People were dying. People were not coming home in one piece. And that is just a different level of relationship that you build with these women.
Did you kind of ignore it? Did you acknowledge it? Did you guys have a conversation around the risk that he was willing to put himself in for his brothers as well? Is that something that you spoke about?
No, I mean, Eddie and I are so connected. I don't know if that's just like the past bond that we share, but there was nothing that we wouldn't, put on the table. I mean, he didn't have to tell me he would die for his brothers. I knew that. And I knew when I would talk to his grandma or like his mom, and they would be so worried. And I always had peace with it. I mean, I planned his funeral 1,000 times in my head, but I was like, if we stop him from doing this, he'll just slowly die. So the alternative is no better. We need to let him, he's a warrior. Like, these men are unbelievably strong and determined, and they believed in that battle. They believed in what they were called to do. So, the entire global war on terror, these men went back and forth and deployed multiple times, and the burden of that fell on special operations. They were the tip of the spear. He never once backed down from a deployment. And yes, he'll tell you that there was a level of selfishness in that, but there was also a level of expectation. That was what they expected out of them.
Just on that point of the selfishness, I see the support there for him and what he wanted to do and what he felt was right. I guess you supported that same decision. But did the selfishness ever create issues between you two, or become difficult, like that idea of like him, like, especially with the SEALs, like hearing a like obsession or being so involved in their work that they'd be away for long periods of time?
Yeah, I definitely, on my end, I knew that it was an unhealthy idol, is what I would call it. He had idolized this, rightly so, though. I mean, that's where you can kind of see it is so immersive. It's a calling. So you can get lost in that, in the commitment to being there, fighting alongside of his brothers was something that I knew he put above everything. It was above me. It was above the kids. But at the same time, when you are out there in theater at war, you want them to have their full focus on the battlefield, on each other, on the mission. So you can't really, untie the two. The perspective that I took on it, every year that he deployed, I learned in my own battleground of like dependence on God. It deepened my faith. And I remember times where I'm like, yes, I could look at this in the most negative light. And I could be like, he doesn't really care as much as he should about me or the kids because he's so locked and lasered in. But I knew that that wasn't true. I knew that he loved us, and I knew that he felt he was protecting us. I knew for me on the home front, it was my responsibility to rely on my faith and to just lean into, if he's being called to this, that means I'm being called as his wife to support him.
Did you know how good he was?
I knew how good he was.
Can you describe like how good he was?
No, I can't even. He has so many honors, and like, he's unreal. He's unreal. They took one of the best and they targeted him. So that's where I couldn't accept it, because he had every single thing lined up. He had given so much. He had been awarded. He had been honored. He had been put in just about for anything you could think of. I mean, Sailor of the Year, Sailor of the Quarter. He has all these medals and awards and valor and this and that. And then it's like, we had to give him up so many times and have him taken away to do his job, which we willingly accepted. But when they did what they did to him, that's when, like he'll tell you, they awoke something in me that I was like, there's no way they're going to get away with this.
Do you remember the first time you was like gained suspicion that something might happen or something was going on?
Well, let's see. So, gosh, that whole deployment and that whole workup was such a whirlwind. So again, it's such a long evolution with workup, like getting a team together and deploying and working up. So, or working up and deploying. So he would have gotten placed in the position of the chief of SEAL Team 7 in 2016. And that was an advancement from an enlisted perspective, an E6 to an E7. So you have to go through all these wickets. You have to get through doing certain positions in platoon. So he had done an LPO position the platoon before, and then he was slotted to go and take the worst performing platoon on SEAL Team 7, which was Alpha Platoon. And it was him that they chose to turn it around and to get that platoon performing. And so when he got appointed to that position, he was in this role of the chief. And that year in 2016, I also lost my mom. She passed away in a very tragic accident. And we were on the cusp of him working up and deploying. And it was like not stopping. There's no stopping. So it's what you have to do. So she passed away, and he continued on with workups, and then they got through the course of the training process, they got #1 platoon, #1 chief. He had turned it completely around. And so they got their pick of where they wanted to go. And they got to go to Mosul, which was taking down Mosul. And that was a huge thing. He was the top of the top, the tip of the spear.
So then, he has a fairly good deployment then, like if that's, turned around,
that deployment was so chaotic. It was insane. They were tasked with relieving another platoon. So a lot of times during turnovers, our other buddy was there. They had cleared out half of Mosul. Eddie in the platoon was tasked with taking Mosul and liberating it the rest of the way. And they worked with MARSOC, which is the Marine Unit of Special Operations, in order to do that. And then they were also working with the Iraqi ERD. And it was a very complex mission. It was very deadly. There was a lot of death and destruction, bodies strewn all over. And so for Eddie, who had been through multiple combat deployments, not to say that wasn't shocking for him too. It was probably the most chaotic and kinetic deployment he'd ever been on. But the guys in his platoon who had not seen combat, it was a lot. It was too much, I think.
This is what led to some of the accusation or false allegations and stuff like that.
Yeah, so Eddie could tell you more of the in-depth, but in my perspective, this deployment in 2017, with the kinetic nature of it, he actually made a strategic decision because the op tempo was so rapid and brutal that he split the platoon in half, and he decided that he was going to let some of these guys go rest and refit in another house outside of theater. So the only people that stayed in theater the entire time, when everybody else would cycle out, the half of the platoon, was Eddie and Jake. And I believe there was so much that took place on that deployment, and there was injuries, there was things that occurred, that when these kind of like younger SEALs, very green SEALs, would go back and do the rest and refit, it allowed them time to, not only were they drinking, which you're not allowed to do, but they were also commiserating. They were expressing some of these very traumatic moments and times, and they were feeling like Eddie was putting them in danger. This is your job as a Navy SEAL. Like, Eddie did everything 100% by the book. Everything that he employed during that course of any op, any type of thing was definitely, approved tactics. So much so that when he came back from this deployment, they put him in charge of training all outgoing West Coast SEALs so that he was the head of that training cell. So he did clear Mosul in half the time that they anticipated. They did their job and they accomplished that mission in record time. And so we really, from the outside perspective, from a wife perspective, from me at home, from us like traversing through these multiple deployments, our deployment as a family was incredible. Like the kids were going through teenage stuff and all the things that you can think of happen. If it can happen, it will happen while they're deployed. But everything that he was telling me about what they were accomplishing, I was so proud. It was absolutely incredible. And it was definitely very busy deployment for him. But I felt like by the time he was ready to come home at the end was when he started to tell me that he felt like there was something that was happening. The platoon and some of the guys, he really had disconnected. He just felt like there was a lot of petty stuff going on. There was a lot of immaturity, I guess you'd say. And he just doesn't have any tolerance for that. So I felt like at the very end was when I knew. But I can't say that's that different on deployments. A lot of these guys go to blows when they're together for that long. If you're together with a group of guys, high op tempo for 6 to 9 months, that's honestly normal. So it wasn't really any crazy red flags. It just sounded like you are all exhausted. It's time to decompress. It's time to start gearing up to come home. And that decompression process, as a wife, as a seasoned wife, I was like, okay, if they're gone for 6 months, he gets 6 months of like decompression. Not really a pass by any means, but it's like, that's a long time to be gone.
I heard you say that 6 months to 6 months. And I think that's interesting because I think some people expect to be snapping back to everyday life straight away.
I mean, I think probably that was my expectation when I was a newer wife or spouse in the community. That's a very unrealistic expectation. You learn. And I mean, again, you have to give these guys grace, like the stuff that they're seeing, the stuff that they're going through. Like, I can't even fathom.
So he comes back. Maybe we skip ahead to, they raid your house. We did cover that today. But they raid the house. You guys aren't there. The kids are there by themselves. Is that the moment everything changes at that point? Was it from that point on everything had changed?
Yeah. So I would say when he came back from that deployment, we as a family were just overjoyed. He had come back a little bit earlier than expected because it just like, I was really like, we're done. Like the kids had seen more combat than most people. And I'm like, you need to come home. Like you need to get back. And when he got back, we had realized through the course of a couple of weeks, there was kind of an escalation that occurred where some of the stuff was following him back. So some of the whispering, some of the discontent, the hate and discontent that's just so common in the SEAL teams. It's like a common thing. We felt that decompression period after he got home would resolve a lot of it because it's like they just need time. These guys need time to get on the ground, rest, refit, relax, decompress, and then this will all go away. So it was kind of an evolution when he came back of a couple months. I would say post that deployment, it was several months even after that we started to learn that it actually wasn't dying down. It was kind of escalating. The rumors that started as very small, petty things started to escalate, started to be a little bit more colored in a way that was like, people were telling Eddie stuff like, okay, they said you did this on deployment. They said you did this on deployment. And none of it was like that. It was all very petty. And then he realized there's something is happening. And so he approached the higher ups and he said, look, we need to have we need to have a meeting. We need to address this, get everything on the table. So Eddie was very proactive about it. He called them together. He wanted to address every grievance, everything that they had to say, every, thing that they felt they hadn't had the chance to say to him. I think he took the high road. He really said, there's things that maybe I would have done differently as a chief, but, also there's things that I'll never agree with you guys on because we're just not the same. And that's where it really became clear. Our history in the teams, we were really surrounded by very top tier aggressive, like pipe hitter guys, a lot of them that we lost and buried. And over that decade of evolution, what we realized was we were now working and we were embedded with these people that didn't even witness 9/11. And these were the guys that were going to combat with him. And it was different. It was just different. So the escalation kind of continued after that. It evolved into Eddie actually demanded to go to court-martial. They didn't do it. The core group of guys that continued to escalate the rumors and kind of craft this larger narrative of war crimes went to NSW, threatened to go to the media. And NSW basically kowtowed and acquiesced to these young Navy SEALs, played into it exactly as they had kind of wanted. I don't think they wanted what they got. They didn't want a trial. They didn't want their names out there. They didn't want to be known. They wanted Eddie dethroned. They wanted him taken off that billet of his, twilight where he was doing the West Coast training of the SEALs. It was a very coveted billet. They wanted him removed. They wanted him sidelined. They didn't want a trial, but that's what they ended up getting. And that's because everything that they said, everything that they did led to NCIS getting involved, taking the case on, and then that led to the home raid in June of 2018 on our children when they were in the home by themselves.
Okay. What happens then? Like you've seen Eddie serve the country, and I mean, this must have been like the biggest slap in the face. Where's the feelings of anger, all those kind of things? What does that get to at that point for yourself? Because I've heard the way people have spoken about you of this fighter that just kind of came out of nowhere and started like fighting for this to sort this out, and really led the charge of it. Like, was that led from those feelings of betrayal from the country and what Eddie had done?
I mean, I've always been a fighter, but I was never the one that was called to fight. My husband was. And then that fight that they brought to me was out of the love for my husband. I used the love to fight. I don't think hate is nearly as powerful.
Where'd you start with that? Like you must have been at one point lost somewhat, not knowing what to do. And then at some point you must have found, you start taking action.
Yeah. So the process, I mean, obviously we were just taking it, like when they raided our home, we knew that the escalation had gone to, this will be put into a criminal case. And so when NCIS got involved and raided our home, we knew that that was the beginning, that case would be being built. We didn't know what was going to happen next, but we knew that at some point it might turn into another escalation. But what happened next was he was taken from the TBI clinic on September 11th, and he was thrown in jail. And then at that point was when I realized we really hadn't talked about what was happening because we thought it would never get to that point. We really didn't tell a lot of people what was going on. We didn't tell our family that much. We didn't tell our friends that much. We just thought it was all going to resolve itself because there was no true evidence of any of this, of the rumors that they were crafting to back it up with concrete information. So that point, when he got thrown in jail, he was put in the brig at Miramar. And after September 11th, it was just days of like reeling, figuring out what happens now. What is the process? And it's not like a civil thing. you realize, and what I came to realize was they weren't just going to keep him there a few days. They were throwing him in there. They give you some bogus hearing to kind of say your side, or the prosecution says their side. And that was probably about 72 hours after he was in there that occurred. I wasn't at that hearing. He said they used absolutely every single thing, every qualification. He's a sniper. He's a breacher. He's got all of these quals. They used it all against him. They said he was a flight risk. They said he was going to flee to Mexico, that he was, basically he was crazy. They said everything from he was a drug user, a drug mule, that he abused me somehow. They said the most horrific things about him. And I remember getting a call from him, and he was just distraught from jail. He's like, he couldn't believe what they said about him. And that was the beginning. And I knew at that point, I think what happened when I really decided there's no way to fight this unless I start to speak out, I wrote a letter exposing what we had been going through for months and how it got to this point. And I let the community know, and I blasted it out to every single person, and it spread like wildfire. And that letter was called Long Live the Real Brotherhood, because I felt long live the brotherhood is what the guys say, but I was speaking to the real brotherhood, not these immature millennial punks that had tried to tarnish my husband's stellar reputation. So I needed to kind of send out this battle cry to the community. I had been working closely with NSW. I had been, an individual that had been an upstanding individual and led Bible studies, did things in the community. So I went all the way to the top too. I reached out to people high up in NSW and was like, this is what's happening to our family. What are you guys going to do? And it was crickets.
What's a pipe hitter?
A pipe hitter is a moniker that Eddie is very attached to, but it's basically a way that the guys can validate each other. So if you have two team guys saying, hey, do you know this guy? And the answer is either, he's a turd, or he's no good, or he's a pipe hitter. And that means what it means to them. So when we decided to start the foundation, that was something that my husband felt was a moniker that's well known within the service community, whether that was law enforcement, veteran community, or military. So that's why we chose pipe hitter.
And what's the brig?
The brig at Miramar is the holding facility that Eddie was in. So again, it's a little bit more complicated than what meets the eye, because a lot of people think, okay, of a jail in a civil sense, and then a justice system, or what you have as civilian rights. But military service members are under the UCMJ. So that's the Uniform Code of Military Justice. And there is a whole ecosystem that operates under the military for members of the military. And so they have brigs instead of jail. So he was at the brig at Miramar, which also happens to be a holding facility for a lot of sexual offenders and pedophiles. So he was in there with some of the most disgusting people known to man that did things to children or all types of unspeakable acts. And that's where he was at the brig at Miramar for 9.5 months before his trial.
What was do you have a distinct low moment for yourself, like when he was there?
I mean, I don't know if I can pinpoint a low moment other than just, I think what he might say and what I might think was the saddest point was basically I had to have a come to Jesus with him. And I told him, I said, the community is not on your side. The SEAL community, the SEAL teams, NSW, they are 100% abandoning you, me, and our family. And it's me, and it's you, and his brother, Sean, And I was like, we're not being supported. And that was hard for him. I think that was pretty shocking. And again, I had prayed for years that God would remove the idol of his heart, which I felt like the SEAL teams was. I didn't know it would take him landing in jail for that to actually happen. And it broke him. And it needed to happen because he needed to see that when you build your identity on something like that, it can be dangerous. And he really went back, went to his cell, had a breakdown, got on his knees and prayed to God. And that was the beginning of him radically changing in a real way.
Wow. What was the point where you saw the document that said United States versus Eddie? Like, was you two together at that point? Or did he read it on his own?
No, I have it. It's the binder. It's a binder. Yeah. They delivered a binder that said, like, United States v. SOC Gallagher. So, Chief Gallagher. And he said it was like a turning point for him. He couldn't believe it.
Yeah, I can't imagine after.
No. I mean, naval special warfare, the SEAL teams have been turned into a brand. I mean, people use that, and it's an industrial complex. Like, they are churning out war fighters, right? So when you get hung out to dry, they do have to, in a sense, like, back away. But yeah, to see a folder that says the U.S. government against you as a Navy SEAL, that's a pretty intense moment for sure.
A big fight as well, like seeing that, like that feels like the world stacked against you at that point.
Yeah.
When was the first bit of hope that came through?
I mean, there was moments of hope all throughout. And I distinctly remember the day that he called me on September 11th. He was so upset because one of the therapies that he was going to was someone saying, you guys should forgive the terrorists. And he was like, what are they talking about? And I'm just like trying to encourage him. And that morning I had listened to a Bible study teaching about Joseph. And the story of Joseph is about basically this individual being turned on by his brothers, being thrown into a pit and left for dead. And there's a very poignant verse in the Bible, it's Genesis 50:20. It's like, what you meant for evil, God meant for good. And Joseph says that to his brothers, forgiving them in hindsight, years later. And he was elevated to a position that he would have actually never otherwise gotten to were it not for that. So I was explaining that story to Eddie, and I will tell you that message was a theme that resonated so powerfully throughout every single day. When we would fight, I remember audibly hearing in my heart God telling me, this is bigger than you. This is bigger than you. So I knew it was bigger than me. I knew it was bigger than Eddie. I knew it was bigger than what I could see. I also knew if we just sat back and listened to all the people that told us to trust the process, which is a corrupt process altogether, that my husband would be in jail. And so when I decided to stand up and fight on his behalf, and my brother-in-law, Sean, was super instrumental in that as well, I was empowered every day. I saw glimmers of hope. I saw people that we didn't know come out of the woodwork. We have made some of the best friends of our lives, people that stood beside us in the worst of times, and people that we knew for decades that abandoned us. And throughout that all, I counted that all as joy too, because I'm like, I don't want you in my life if you're cheering from the sidelines. I don't need people cheering from the sidelines. I need people in this with me in the trenches, and those people are our family. our amazing legal team, our friends that were there through the whole thing, all the ups and downs. People were getting targeted and terrorized too. Anyone that came to our defense, anyone that came and supported us, they were getting targeted. So I will say it was a uphill battle for sure.
Yeah, I mean, this idea of the way you fought as well is quite interesting, because you trust in the system, you trust in your legal defense. Like, these are things that you would assume that you could trust, but you had to fight against that too. Like, you had to get a new legal team, you had to fight against the system, and what was leading that? Like, was it faith? Was it like prayer? Like, did you have people around you telling you, like, how did you come to the conclusion that I can't trust this system? I know that they put him there, so the system kind of, but like, even your own legal team, like, how did you stop to go, okay, I need to switch this up, I need to change this, I need to be the one who's sort of leading the charge on this?
Yeah, it's like drinking from a fire hose. Like, when you're involved in a situation like this, and like I said, every single day was so intense because you don't know the process. And it was like, there was all these different things that would happen in unison. And it was shocking how flawed the system was, how flawed the process was. And really, the process is part of the punishment. I mean, you don't take someone's kids out at gunpoint and not have it be to inflict punishment. You don't take someone out on 9/11 and it has nothing to do with it. It's the process is part of the punishment. And what we learned in over weeks and months, because it dragged on, was we had gotten embedded with a legal team that was part of a corrupt nonprofit that basically had the goal of continually keeping Eddie locked in jail and using our family to raise money. But on the flip side, we had an incredible nonprofit, Navy SEALs Fund, led by Rachel and Drago Dazarian. Drago is an incredible, just legend in the SEAL teams. And what they stand for is brotherhood beyond the battlefield. And they came alongside of us. They helped us expose what was happening. They could see a mile away these corrupt people trying to take advantage of us. We, by a total act of God, encountered my personal, mentor. And I call him the Godfather. And we just lost him. He just passed away. But Bernie Carrick was the police commissioner on 9/11. And he came in as our family's strategic advisor. He knew that what was happening to Eddie was wrong, and I didn't know him. I remember pictures of him on 9/11 with the huge mustache. But when I spoke to him, oh my gosh, he was so powerful. He was so in tune with the injustice that we were facing because he had faced it. He had been thrown in jail. He came in and he literally galvanized. He helped us so much. He helped our family. Oh. So, Bernie, when Bernie came in, it changed everything. We strategically made a plan to remove the head lawyer, Colby Vokey. We knew he was full corrupt. He had been corrupted, and he actually had taken over what was a nonprofit called United American Patriots. He was setting it up. It was just like a cash cow. So Bernie gave us a plan. We fired Colby. We elevated Phil Stackhouse, who was also in cahoots with Bernie, but we were going to give him a little bit longer. We moved in Tim Parlatori as second chair. We gave Tim the access to the files, to the case. Basically, him and Bernie wanted to know, where's the smoking gun here? What's taking so long? Why are they delaying? Why do they want him to sit in jail longer? Eddie was asking for a speedy trial the whole time. And they were a part of the problem. They were like, trust the process, trust the process. We're like, no. And they were formerly military JAGs. And then they just got out of the military, set up shop outside a military base, and they were taking on cases and just taking advantage of people. And so when that occurred, we basically found out they were absolutely going to railroad us, our family. We got rid of United American Patriots as a nonprofit. We basically sent them a cease and desist, no longer allow them to use Eddie, any imagery or likeness. We fired the lawyers. We brought in Tim. He was then first chair. And so then after that, Mark Mukasey came on, and we had the best legal team that money could buy. And Navy SEALs Fund helps us to basically continue to share our story. And Sean and I, basically through grassroots effort on social media. And then at that time, we really used also, Sean had so much experience on Capitol Hill. We got members of Congress involved and elevated this tragedy and basically travesty of justice that was happening to Eddie, that he was being incarcerated, withheld from legal counsel, and facing life without parole. And it got to the ear of the president at that time, which was Donald Trump.
Okay, so once that happens, what's the feelings like between you two? Like, do you remember the moment that you heard that Trump was going to tweet about it or speak on it, or like, do you remember that moment?
We were in DC, and we had just met with Ralph Norman and Duncan Hunter and some other members of Congress because we had a letter basically asking him to be released from pretrial confinement because he was being inhibited to defend himself and meet with his legal counsel uninhibited. He couldn't even take phone calls. He was being restricted in a way that was very unjust. And we were literally on the cusp of going to trial. And that had been going on for months and months and months. And so we had done this meeting on Capitol Hill with those members of Congress. We had had over 50 members that signed on to this letter. And when we went the next morning, both Ralph Norman, myself, and my brother-in-law did news hits on Fox and Friends or Fox. And the president saw it. And he basically called Ralph Norman and was like, what the hell is going on? And Ralph called me. I was in the car, like leaving. And he said, I think that the president is going to step in and release him from pretrial confinement, or at least do something. And it was pretty insane because although that did create momentum and move forward, what actually ended up happening was the judge of our case, we had a hearing. The prosecution had actually been spying on our legal team. They had been spying on our legal counsel. They had put tracking beacons in emails that went out to members of the media, members of the, whether it was print media or local media, and all of our legal team. And so with that action, the judge actually ruled to release him from pretrial confinement. So that was a huge win for us, but it was a lot of things that converged at that time. But yes, President Trump did actually get involved in regard to the oversight that he was providing on the case. He didn't really have to step in. He never pardoned or anything. We ended up going to trial after that. But that release of the pretrial confinement that Eddie had been in was a huge win, but they just put him at another holding facility. He wasn't really allowed to come home. So it was a win in certain regards in order for him to prepare for his trial, but it wasn't something that prevented us from going to trial after that. We were headed to trial in a very short order, and that new team had to get ready quickly to do that. So yeah, he was in the brig from September 11th, 2018 until the release from pretrial confinement at the end of March in 2019. And then he wasn't just released, he was put in a less restrictive confinement. So released from the brig at Miramar. And then he was in a almost like a dorm room type medical facility, but still on restriction. Like he couldn't leave. He could just go around like the Navy Medical Center. He did at that point start to get like different access to medical care that he needed or different things. And then also he was given a little bit more unencumbered access to his legal defense. So his legal team could come there, they could plan, he could leave, and they would come and they would put him in handcuffs and lock him up in a little waist thing and just take him out if he needed to go into public. But it was just like, that was what it was leading up to trial.
Wow, okay. And there was, I think this was interesting when in the book was, there was this video circulating around between the legal teams or between the prosecutors. There was apparently a video of Eddie stabbing this or doing something to this ISIS fighter. Was that a smoking gun for you guys on the defense, like on the other side? Like, was that one of the bigger pieces that showed that they were just lying through their teeth?
Well, that's part of what we did when we went to DC, was we had members of Congress watch the video, because it was like he had, no support. There was a lot of people that were spreading, horrific. I mean, they basically bought in hook, line, and sinker to everything that these guys had fabricated. And so at one point during this process, we had the video showed to members of Congress. And it was, basically the video itself was also used at trial, but the video gave no credence to what these people were saying. It was obviously exonerating for Eddie, but it didn't matter. At that point, we were going headlong into a 2-week-long trial with a jury.
Wow, okay. What was that? I mean, what was the whole, what do you call it?
Jury selection.
Yeah, the whole fight at that point. What's that like? What's that, those 2-week periods like?
Well, yeah, we basically, the legal team had converged on San Diego and we're prepping all the way up until, so jury selection was the middle of July in 2019, or excuse me, middle of June 2019. And then, we basically every single day were in trial. We would show up every day and it was another witness. It was another, and they get equal sides to go back and forth. So, we had our defense and we felt very confident leading into it, but it's grueling. 2 weeks and you're basically at the end of it, he could have gone to jail, life without parole. So it's a jury of his peers. So the UCMJ assembled other military service members. So that is where at the beginning of the jury selection, because of some of the shenanigans that took place, the judge did give us a little bit more leeway in jury selection. So we were able to make some specific, choices during that process that by the time we were said and done, that jury sticks with you then through the course of the trial, and then you are at the mercy of their decisions.
Was there confidence on your guys' part going for trial?
The confidence was just, we knew that the truth was on our side, but the level of corruption that we had witnessed and were exposed to, and then even like slaps on the wrist for putting tracking beacons in emails, like that's just unheard of. Like these things were criminal, and the level and the lengths that they would go to try to get my husband were insane. And so we were confident in our defense and in our legal team and in the strategic advisement that we had from Bernie Carrick, Tim Parlatore, and Mark Mukasey, and our additional legal counsel that was assembled during that time. But you just, in the back of your mind, you're like, it's almost theatrical. It's crazy, the stuff that goes on in these courtrooms. And I said, it looks like a mix between, My Cousin Vinny and A Few Good Men. Like, it's wild. You just can't even believe it. We had anyone from the Iraqi ERD head came to testify to talk about Eddie, people from MARSOC. It was a known thing that these guys were not in the best mindset, that there was some grievances that had taken place. But as far as the judgment calls that Eddie made, as far as his war fighting style, that was without question. He did everything according to how it's supposed to be done. Now, these accusations in regard to killing an ISIS fighter, that was where the defense on our behalf, we had, anything on the knife. Craig Miller on the stand had indicated that there was so much blood spurting out of this ISIS fighter that it was like baby's vomit. In that comparison, yet they could not find any evidence of blood or, anything on the supposed knife. It was just so incongruent. There were so many holes that were poked in all of these fictitious stories. But I'm telling you, the charges that they added on to him, most of them were fake. They said he killed a father on Father's Day. Again, never happened. They said he killed a little girl in a flowered dress. They had all this stuff that they just threw on to him on these charges. He was acquitted of every charge, including the ISIS fighter. And the only charge that he got in trouble for, which he readily admitted, he and the platoon took photos with that ISIS fighter, which he already had said he agreed to take whatever the punishment was for that charge, but he served time and a half in the brig, what he would have gotten for something like that. And quite frankly, we have museums dedicated to photos of people posing with enemy combatants. I'm not saying it's right, but Eddie was the only person in that platoon that got in trouble, and there was entire platoon photos with them.
The other guys, how does it happen? And where's Eddie? Does Eddie have a relationship with those guys, communication with any of those guys to this day?
Yeah, Eddie has a relationship with any of the guys that weren't part of this embryonic, we call it the sewing circle because that's what they called themselves. They had a WhatsApp thread called the sewing circle that they were all commiserating and cooperating and getting their story straight. And that's also where they added Joe Warpinski, who was the head NCIS investigator. It's as dumb as it sounds. It's as stupid as you could imagine. Like if you take the little petty stuff that they started out with, and the problem was the command when they went with these petty complaints that were easily disproven and that Eddie faced head on, they were so unstable in their head. They could not take no for an answer. They could not stop gunning for Eddie. So they had to get more elaborate. They had to get more over the top. And so it was actually never about war crimes. They had said, oh, he didn't pay my money back for a haircut. Oh, he took a Red Bull. He ate my cookie butter. Like, this is like mean girl stuff. Like, you don't even think that this is possible in the SEAL teams, but the level of juvenile behavior that was literally swatted away by the command, higher ups in the command. Like, people just were like, they said the same things we were saying, which was like, y'all need to decompress, take a beat, just move on. But there was an innate level of obsession, fixation, and that desire culminated in turning these stories into what would become a war crimes trial that was nationally and internationally elevated into a spotlight, but it also in turn exposed them. So they are completely blacklisted from the community in most part. There are some of them that are still operating, but everyone knows about them. Everyone knows who they are. And it's an unfortunate black eye on the entire community. But we overcame all of it. He was acquitted at trial. He was never pardoned. There's a lot of confusion. People think because Trump tweeted or he said certain things, that's not a pardon. That's not a presidential pardon. We went to trial. We got acquitted of all charges other than that photo. And so we've been able to move on with our heads held high. We have used this experience. We've paid it forward. We created a nonprofit shortly after Eddie got out that does this exact same methodology that we were able to employ during this time to create like this, flywheel of advocacy, congressional support, PR, and basically educating people about how these things can happen, not only to military service member, but law enforcement. And so we also helped their families during this time, because that was a huge thing for us. The help and support that we got from the American public was astronomical. And I will tell you what Bernie Carrick said is true. The only rights that you actually have are the ones that you can afford. It took over $500,000, money that we don't have, money that no service member has. I don't care if you're a special operator or not. No one has that type of money to defend themselves, to assemble that level of a legal team. And within the UCMJ, you're actually appointed JAGs. You're appointed people that are within this system. So if you don't get money and somehow advocate and raise money for yourself, you are in big trouble. And that's what we realize. So that's why we do what we do.
Okay. And did anything happen to these guys, like the false accusers or anything like that? Does the system catch them at all?
No, there was no tax on the false accusations. There was nothing that was ever done to them other than their own mental turmoil that I think that they've all suffered.
It sounded like some of them had asked, in the book particularly, there was one of them who kind of asked for forgiveness or come to Eddie afterwards and apologised at one point. I think it was pre-trial. I think he'd apologised for some of the stuff that was happening.
I mean, there was multiple people, again, that participated in the embryonic discontent. And they knew after enough months, after enough time, they basically were like, I was drinking from a poisoned well. I was not right. I was in this situation. Eddie forgave and spoke, and he's still in communication with anyone in that platoon that wasn't a part of these. Basically, it came down to very few really bad actors, and there was like a handful of them. The majority of the platoon was not involved. The majority of the platoon had nothing to do with this. Everybody was pulled into it. Do you see what I'm saying? So it was like these things that began to escalate by these members that were just like 4 or 5 people, basically tainted an entire platoon, colored an epic deployment that, you know, for all intents and purposes, it was an amazing deployment. But there's no one in the platoon that Eddie hasn't talked to or at some point made amends with that didn't go rogue and basically lie through their teeth. So other than those people that have never approached us to ask, you know, for forgiveness, we have contact and communication, and, you know, all of them are people that were inextricably wrapped up into this, that they never should have been.
Wow, okay. The last couple of questions. One of them, I'm just remembering that I didn't ask you before, was in the brig. How were they treating him? Like, and why were they treating him in a certain way?
Well, we filed with our congressman that at that moment when he was in the brig, we filed all types of grievances through, at that time, it was Matt Gaetz, who was our congressional member, because they were targeting him hardcore. And there was all types of things that we filed during that time that we felt were specifically, they were being tasked with abusing him to a level that it was known throughout the entire brig. I mean, these guards that were not involved in the targeting basically said they were put on notice that they needed to target him. And I just think it was part of a larger, you know, flywheel of corruption that is involved when there's so much at stake. And a lot of these people are putting all of their chips in this basket to get him to break while he's in the brig. The NCIS, which is the investigatory body, and the corruption that's within that, and then even the JAG Corps, there's so many things that converge. But yeah, that was part of what we fought at that time, was basically saying there was human rights violations that were going on at that brig against my husband. And so that was another thing that we brought to a level of attention. And look, I agree. You have to have certain aspects of, you know, the UCMJ, I believe, was started and founded for a good purpose. And really, it is a positive thing that he was able to get a jury of his peers. Wouldn't be fair to put him in front of a jury of people that had no combat experience. But the process itself, again, it was the punishment for a long, long time. And a lot of things that were corrupt went on. And really what I view it as, it didn't go down the American way, which is you are innocent until proven guilty. They set him up as you're guilty. And then we basically fought tooth and nail to prove his innocence that whole time. It's just not the way it should be.
No, not at all. The Pipe Hitter Foundation, I think we spoke about some facts earlier. Like, could you give us an insight into maybe the situations, some of the situations you might face, and some of the facts as well? I think the success rate was mind-blowing to me.
Yeah, so we had actually founded and we were encouraged by Navy SEALs Fund, who was the nonprofit that came to our aid and helped raise a substantial amount of funds that really got Eddie exonerated and got him the legal team that he deserved. And so Navy SEALs Fund, Drago and Rachel, they said, you know, you really need to consider, because they only helped Navy SEALs. And we really felt that there was a larger burden that was also occurring at that time. And just with the state of the world, everything that happened, and everything then that was going to happen that we would have no idea about post Eddie's trial, we decided to found a nonprofit. We called it the Pipe Hitter Foundation, and that was for service members, police, and first responders. And so we got our IRS approval in April of 2019. That actually occurred before he was even fully released from the military. That was a very painstaking process. And we basically have had a board of directors that's been with us ever since. So we're 5 years in. We have an executive director who's a dear friend of ours that's been running this nonprofit alongside of us. Myself, Eddie, and his brother Sean were the founding members. And we basically have, again, I mean, we have continued to hone that trail that we blazed during Eddie's experience. And we have used that model again and again and again and again. We've honed it. We've perfected it, we've added to it, and it is just an amazing thing to see these people in the worst, lowest points of their lives, and they lose friends just like we did. They lose people. I mean, people get tired. If you're in a situation like we were for several years straight, it's a burden, you know, and we realized that we were the ones that were called to it. And so we bonded as a family and we did get through it, but we choose to step into that gap for our recipients of the PHF grants, whether that's a hardship grant, an emergency relief grant, just to help these families. These families get broken financially, mentally, emotionally, physically. These court things drag on for years. And so we have had a phenomenal success rate. We've been able to help families in very horrific situations. And so we're really proud of the work that we've done. I would say our success rate is probably above 98%. Again, we consider it an honor, and we feel like it is an extension of the calling of what we were called to do, what we were called to go through, to walk with these families through the worst of times and to help them to develop this roadmap and hone it for their own family member, whether that's a husband, a son, or someone. So this advocacy just continues on.
Wow, okay. And so you do service members, is it mainly police, military? Do you do any other work with anyone else?
Yeah, so we just, service members, so active duty service members, veterans. So if there's maybe a veteran that's, going through something, or law enforcement predominantly is who that we service, and then their family members as well. So hardship grants are sometimes used to alleviate family hardships, whether that's due to not being able to make ends meet, just putting food in the fridge. But overall, what we do is we basically use the exact same model Navy SEAL Fund used for us, which is we create campaigns, we raise awareness, we ask for contributions, and then all that money is going to them to help them specifically fund for their case, for their legal defense, what they need to make it through this process. And the punishment that they endure a lot of times is months or years that they're going through this. So many people in those positions, whether you're a service member or law enforcement, they don't have the money to defend themselves. They don't have the money to even begin to take on years worth of legal cases and lawyering. So that's where we step in and trying to help and support and offset some of those costs so that they can continue to fight for justice.
Why do you think in these job roles that it seems more prevalent that you'd be wrongly accused of doing something wrong? Why do you think that is?
I think it's only natural that these people are put in some of the most complex situations in an instant that you would ever experience. And that is their job. They are called to service. So service members, if you're military or if you are in law enforcement, you are seeing people in either a war zone or at probably one of the most critically devastating points in their life. I mean, no one calls a law enforcement officer unless it's an urgent emergency. So I think that our foundation specifically is about defending warfighters and defending these people that are operating within their operational guidelines, meaning they didn't violate some type of rule or ordinance. They were, in a lot of these cases, they were cleared of any wrongdoing. But then what happens is there is some type of overarching power, whether that's a DA, let's say in a law enforcement case, that comes in and wants to make a name for themselves and picks the case back up and then wants to drag this individual through the mud. A lot of these people are found innocent through their own commands, their own governing, investigatory bodies. So we really focus on people that are being accused wrongly and that followed the rules and are still being punished. And so that is under the heading of these military commands or obviously a law enforcement command.
Wow, okay. Where's the best place people could go to support that work directly?
So our work is always highlighted, the cases that we currently are involved in on our website, and that's thepipehitterfoundation.org. You can find that online. We're also on Instagram, and we are constantly advocating for people that are in situations that are, in line with what we went through.
Wow, okay. And I think the aspect that I was really interested in, so you put up the details of each situation so people can see directly where the help's going, what they've been accused of, all this.
Right. So yes, the cases are all highlighted. So each person has their own dedicated page that explains where they are, how they got here, where they are now, maybe what their next upcoming, whether that's a trial date or something. And then in addition to that, each individual has their own fundraising page. So those funds are specifically for those individuals. Obviously, Pipe Hitter Foundation has a general fund, but when we choose to take on a case, we're taking on that case and we're building out this specific campaign and this specific fundraising portal for them, for their families, for the needs that they experience. And so we work very closely with the families during this time. Whatever they're going through, whatever they encounter, we are entrenched with them.